disciple. If a teacher is also organized, the children are likely going to want to follow so the value system generally changed. And then I think the premium placed on education and quality education is being eroded.
As part of efforts to correct the neglect suffered by teachers in the past, government had come up with welfare packages in addition to intermittent salary increase for teachers in Nigeria. However, it is not a hurry yet for the Nigerian teacher.
There's no quantum of education, whether you call it private or even the one that does your private lesson for your kid. If you see what that teacher, do you know that some parents cannot even, as educated as you are, you want to teach your child will refuse. Because you don't have the pedagogy. That's that. Oh, this child, you beat the child. Tomorrow, if you call the child to come, you say, no, mommy, don't teach me. So some parents can, that's why there's nothing you will give to a teacher. And you say, and that brings me to when we were talking of teachers' salary structure. It's one of the things we have resubmitted again to the president. They need to take us out all these level they are doing. The hazards are too much. I have seen a teacher that died when the teacher was invigilating WAEC. All these hopeless students who didn't read. If you don't read, you are bound to fail. And the teacher said there will be no expo. The next thing was that a student ran from the back. And the teacher didn't know that the student was coming for her. The next thing was that the teacher received a broken bottle on her ribs.
I assure you that implementation of most of the targets in the repositioning of teachers will be achieved by January 2022. However, I want you all to know that teachers' welfare is paramount in the scheme of things, and negotiations are ongoing to ensure that your salaries are prioritized.
Any major outbreak to disrupt the school calendar, that was a major success recorded by this administration. We therefore call on federal, state, and local government, as well as private individuals, to join hands and restore peace, order, and peaceful coexistence to ensure safety of our schools and the school community for the good of our country.
Every profession has its ethics, which guides its members. Teaching as a profession, therefore, has its own ethical code, which is known as Ethics of Teaching Profession. The ethical code for teachers in Nigeria include commitment to students, meaning they are enjoined to regard students as equal in terms of treatment. Any attempt to discriminate students on the basis of tribe, religion, or sex constitutes unprofessional practice and against the ethics of the teaching profession. There is also commitment to parents. A teacher is required to promote good relationship with parents and commitment to his or her employer. A teacher is expected to conduct professional duties which he or she is employed to do.
Our education has come into at the level at which those who do not know are teaching those who ought to know. The students are digitally minded, but the teachers are completely analog. When a teacher is struggling to send a text message on his phone and his student is on the internet, we are now breeding teachers now who are not as exposed as their students. Today, the teacher training that we talk about today is no longer functional. The teacher today is a facilitator of knowledge. Is no longer a custodian of knowledge. And the students know that. And their parents know that. They take advantage. And then they go to private schools where they do all sorts of this thing, manipulate the computer and all that, and allow them to be literate. The welfare of the teacher can never be improved in this country unless the Ministry of Education is treated like the Ministry of Health, is treated like the Ministry of Justice, and then is treated like the Ministry of Finance.
Teachers act as support system lacking elsewhere in some students' lives. They are role models and an inspiration to go further and dream bigger. They hold students accountable for their successes and failures. And good teachers won't let their talented students get away with not living up to their full potentials. Teachers of all walks of life and subjects have the ability to shape opinions and help form ideas about society, life, and personal goals. Teachers also expand students' limits and push their creativity. Indeed, teaching is a tough job, but it is a profession where one can make the most impact in another person's life. Now, since we all agree on the importance of teachers, it is only natural to identify how to improve the teaching profession in Nigeria. And our correspondent Thomas Ogbetheri went to town to get answers in our next report.
The teaching profession is regarded as a noble profession. Teachers are highly respected in the society because of their pivotal role in shaping and molding members of the society in different professions. Parents entrust their children in the hands of teachers to teach them knowledge, good manners, discipline, good behavior, and other moral values on how best to relate with the society. For Akachukwu Nwokorie, a school principal, her desire to be a teacher was influenced by mentorship from her parents.
I grew up in a home of teachers. My father was a lecturer, and my mother was a secondary school teacher. Both of them are retired now. So growing up in that environment, it wasn't just like, what do I call it now? It wasn't just to follow the due process or follow suits, but it was just naturally instilled in me. And I remember being a kid, and when I'm asked, what do you want to become in future? I just say I want to be a teacher. I wasn't taking it seriously then, but that was my first response. Eventually, of course, as you grow, sometimes your priorities change, and then some things changed, actually. But in the end, I got a degree for teaching biology, specifically. And when we started teaching practice, I learned to love it. It just came naturally. It was a natural, that's why I mentioned earlier, to be a very, very good teacher, it has to be naturally inborn, and then you have to be trained for it. So I am passionate about it, and one of the things that keep me going is remembering the long-term results of building nation leaders, okay? Like the results you get eventually when you see people you've taught become very important people in the society, very useful people to the society. That's the pride of a teacher.
As a matter of fact, teachers were once looked up to as the trustees and custodians of integrity and nobility in the society. While majority of persons believe teachers are still held in high esteem for their role in shaping professionals, there is consensus that passion for the profession is diminishing.
Many people don't even study teaching. Like many people don't patronize teacher colleges, just like you said. But they go to school and then they come out, they just don't get the jobs that they actually want. And then they just go into teaching because it's easy. We have a lot of schools looking for teachers, and then they just go into it. And it's just like a quick source of income for them at that point in time. But they are not going to be very effective because for many of them, it's just a means of earning income at that time.
And at a point, it became an all-comer, affair, to the effect that you had some people that I would call quacks and squatters, okay? People who now begin to see the job, because of the ease of entrance into it, they saw it as the job of last resort. You can't find a job, you're almost certain you'll find one in the teaching profession. So it wasn't the passion, it wasn't the interest, but for the want of getting a job, for survival instinct of people. So to me, that kind of watered down the quality of teachers we have in recent times. And in awareness of what this phenomenon was becoming, very worrisome one, I think the Teachers Registration Council of Nigeria, which was established, I think, in 1993, has been trying to sanitize, to bring some sanity, at least to give it that befitting status of a profession. And so they have insisted on everyone that is called a teacher to kind of, register with it after fulfilling all the necessary conditions. And so looking at the entrance, the new entrance we have, that not by any way of derogation. I describe some of them as squatters, some of them as quacks, some of them are just, opportunistic, teachers, as I may want to call them. So when you look at the pre-service training also and the in-service training, a lot is, left to be desired. The selection process, I must say, has been over-liberalized to the point that they are not on the same pedestal with those who probably want to gain entry for a degree program, even to the colleges of education. The number of credits required for entry has been lowered. So, to me, a lot of people are beginning to look at teaching with some disdain, with some disrespect. It's no longer the noble profession you want to, call it, because of the all-comer phenomenon. People just want to go into teaching, and the respect, I must say, has waned over the year. It has been degraded over the years because of these multiple, factors of the entrance, the quality, the standard of the entrance, the standard of the pre-service training, and even the lack or the inadequacy, so to say, of the in-service training. So the TRC and Teachers Education Council of Nigeria, they have done a lot to bring sanity, to bring respectability to the profession, but I must say that they need to do more going forward. They need to do more in the area of monitoring and enforcement, because there are certain criteria that must be met before you can, be a professional teacher, before you can earn the certificate, before you can earn the license of the council.
The role of teachers in nation building, according to experts, cannot be overemphasized, as they hold the future of the nation in their hands. They can choose to mold it beautifully or otherwise. This is why experts are of the opinion that the profession should not be for those who want to settle for less, stressing that regular training and retraining are necessary for teachers to impart knowledge and affect the society positively.
So teachers are men of nobility, men of honor, men of lowliness, not very puffing off. They don't puff off themselves. They don't carry themselves on their shoulders. They give to the society rather than take from the society. That's who a teacher is. A teacher is a scholar. A teacher is a role model. A teacher is a proud citizen of the world. That's who a teacher is. So, have there been change? One may ask. The answer is no and yes. I'll start from the no. The no is already who a teacher is. I've told you who a teacher is. But the yes is because of our society. Society have changed now. Value is being placed on money. Everything now today in the world, not only in Nigeria, mostly, let's locate it back home in Nigeria. Money, money, money. No, money is not everything. The role of the teacher goes far beyond his salary, his rupees, his penny, his kobo, his dimes that he receives. The teacher, like I said, gives to the society. He gives his time. He gives his heart, his kindness, his love, his brain to better the society or leave the society better than he met it. So a teacher is someone who wants development, a build bridger, a repairer. That's who a teacher is. A fixer who fixes the child. Parents don't even know their children. They don't know, I can tell you that. I've been in the work of teaching for 25 years now. I know the future of the country lies with the schools, with the teacher.
Educationists believe that one of the best ways to improve the teaching profession in Nigeria is to appropriate at least 25% of the entire budgetary allocation of the country to the educational sector.
Government must make funding available for the school system. I would suggest that 24 to 25% of the budget of the country must be given to our school system if we want to start scratching the needs of the school. The school is the future of the country. You can't, there's no way you do it. The country or the countries can't go beyond their school system. It is a system that produces the products. The products is the society. Society is the nation. So it's the school system. Go back. You want civic to be taught. You want patriotism. Go back to the school system.
The recent raising of teachers' retirement age from 60 years to 65 by the federal government is described as a good step in the right direction, as well as an impetus for the welfare of teachers. The federal government has also promised bursary payment of 75,000 naira per semester for students of education in its universities to encourage interest in the teaching profession. With such incentives from the government, there are expectations that teachers like Akachukwu can sustain their passion for the teaching profession and give it their best shot for life.
That's the size of our package today, but don't forget, you and I wouldn't be where we are without teachers. And that's why on today's episode, we're saying to all teachers out there, you deserve this accolade, so take a bow. Until next time, bye for now.
We want to talk about rights, there are obligations. I'm not saying that this government is a saint, very far from it. But there are things that we can do to make it better, and that's the challenge I'm throwing to you. You don't want to build this nation? I don't know where else you want to go. If I had a choice, I'll come back. When I stand outside and I hear what you have to say about this country that I know that I can die for as one, then I'm really sad because you're young. You have education. You have tools. You have a huge future ahead of you. And you're condemning yourself before you started on that journey. So please don't do that. Please don't.
Technology, the mother of all inventions, has influenced various aspects of human existence that in numerous difficulties has been brought to the barest level. Travel as a form of communication has been made simple through the invention of the motor car, which can travel 7 miles in a very short time. Due to various irregularities on the roads like potholes, careless driving, overspeeding, and a host of others, the chances of motor cars getting involved in accidents cannot be overlooked. As such, devices like the seatbelts and airbags have been made.
Basically, airbags are meant to serve as security for lives and property in our vehicles.
The motor car airbags are safety devices or features designed to protect passengers and drivers in a head-on collision. The question begging for an answer, therefore, is how many car buyers take time to check the cars for airbags when they are purchasing one?
And like we car dealers now, if you are going to buy a car, we're buying the one that has a airbag because people are going through what is raining.
About an airbag in a car, it's supposed to be a supplementary restraint system. It's supposed to be something that helps to assist during the time of an accident, but it only works well once you have a seatbelt across your chest, or else otherwise it can be a dangerous thing in a car.
Airbags act as a cushion for passengers, thus preventing them from hitting the steering column and dashboard, which may lead to head, shoulder, or even chest injuries. The importance of safety devices in a motor car cannot be overemphasized when purchasing a car. Therefore, it is advised to thoroughly check for those devices before purchasing a car.
When there's a child out there that's not getting the same that your own child is getting, the difference will tell, and there will come a time in the society where that child is going to take its pound of flesh.
Where you can actually, everything from watching a program with the child, you can start off the conversation from something on the TV and say, oh, you know.
For me, it's like, hurry up with this business. And the other one said, Auntie, it's not about me, it's about the guys. They're not ready to marry.
Yes. If she wants to ask something, no, I know my mother very well. In fact, the most interesting one is when I put up pictures on WhatsApp, you know, Snapchat filters and all that, she will call me, remove that picture. There was a day I got tired of all that and I said,
President Buhari inaugurates Presidential Monitoring and Evaluation Council on Order 5.
All MDAs shall ensure that for all consultancy contracts awarded to foreign companies, engineering drawings, necessary calculations, design, etc. are made available to their corresponding Nigerian partners.
Vice President Oshibajo at Ekiti Economic Summit tasks state governments to generate more resources.
There has to be a collective change of mindset, thinking differently. There is a need for a sub-national to think like a sovereign state.
National Primary Healthcare Development Agency clarifies directive for employees to show proof of COVID-19 vaccination.
That the vaccines that are required to vaccinate these federal government employees and even more than these specific numbers of government employees has been figured out.
Good Morning Nigeria today, we shall focus on investing in food for all.
And just like other parts of the country, food system in Nigeria is going through a lot of challenges, and these are manifesting in skyrocketing prices of food items, even at harvest time, when prices traditionally is expected to come down gradually.
Well, we recall that President Muhammadu Buhari, in a recent broadcast to the nation, also blamed the rising food inflation on the activities of middlemen and hoarders of food items.
Well, that's not all there is, really. There are other factors also, which may be due to lack of sufficient productivity from the smallholder farmers. Now, that's also resulting from, number of challenges ranging from insecurity, inadequate mechanization to climate change, and other, neglects on the part of some intervention programs, and lack of synergy, especially among the key players in the agricultural space.
Well, in order to make Nigeria's food system sustainable, it's been indicated that there is a need to pay greater attention to smallholder farmers who, just like the SMEs, are the engine room of production, and with the right kind of incentives, should produce optimally to meet the demands of human consumption as well as industrial and export needs.
Well, Mr. President has always said that Nigerians, we should eat what we grow. And of course, that's why government has come up with quite a number of policies that are aimed at ensuring food security in our country. Now, prominent among them, of course, is the very popular Anchor Borers scheme, which was established, the establishment of farm estate programs across the country, and also distribution of agricultural inputs and fertilizers to smallholder farmers, and grants, not forgetting grants and low interest loans to farmers.
Well, the country representative of the FAO, that's the Food and Agricultural Organization, one of the UN agencies in Nigeria, while delivering his address at the World Food Day Fair, said that he believes that inclusivity and sustainable synergy among all players in the agricultural sector, especially the farmers and their various associations, will give the smallholder farmers the optimum push to make Nigeria's food system sufficient, sustainable, and affordable.
All right, of course, you only need to get to the market to know what the prices of food items are like, and of course, how secured our food systems are. But the question we will be asking is, when all that is planned is done, will food security eventually be guaranteed in the immediate future? Now, investing in food for all, how realistic is it? That's some of the issues that our panel of guests will be speaking to as we focus on investing in food for all on today's edition of the program. And I'd like to welcome all of you to the program, and of course, we're reaching you live on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority, the NTA. I am Claire Adelabu Abdul Razak.
And I'm Kingsley Osadolo. I also join my colleague to welcome you to the program. We are live from our headquarters studios in the nation's capital. In the course of the program, we have some of our complimentary segments. For now, let's join our colleague Dennis Adegunloye, who gives us the highlights of the morning news. Good morning, Dennis.
Yes, good morning, Kingsley, and good morning, Claire. Good morning, Nigeria. Here is the morning news. The federal government has promised to do whatever it takes within the ambit of the law towards ensuring the full implementation of Executive Order Number 5, aimed at creating wealth, strengthening the nation's economy, reducing poverty, and providing job opportunities. President Muhammadu Buhari, who made the promise while inaugurating the Presidential Monitoring and Evaluation Council in respect of the executive order, directed MDAs to henceforth give priority to indigenous professionals in the planning, designing, and execution of national projects.
The federal government shall introduce margin of reference in national competitive bidding in contracts, in the evaluation of tenders from indigenous suppliers of goods manufactured locally over foreign goods. All MDAs shall ensure that for all consultancy contracts awarded to foreign companies, engineering drawings, necessary calculations, design, etc., are made available to their corresponding Nigerian partners towards local production of needed materials.
The federal government is urging insurance companies in Nigeria to improve efficiency and honor claims in good time to policyholders. President Muhammadu Buhari made the plea while granting audience to the members of the Governing Council of the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria, who paid him a courtesy visit.
Continue in your work of contributing to national development. I want to urge you to further increase the number of Nigerians and businesses that would benefit from and be benefited by the insurance industry. As you are well aware, you need to dispel misconceptions about the insurance industry presently held by a good number of Nigerians, especially as it relates to claims and need for insurance.
And Nigeria has expressed formal appreciation to the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, for the assistance being rendered to the country in various ways, especially in stabilizing the northeast. The agency received the nation's accolades from President Muhammadu Buhari while he played host to the head of its regional bureau for Africa, Ahuna Isiakunwa.
It was incredible, Mr. President, to see the hope restored in these communities and the teeming number of people who have returned. And it really gave us courage and hope that we could continue to invest in such a way that we empty out the IDP camps.
And I assure you that we appreciate your contribution in so many ways, and we are doing our best to stabilize the situation in North West and North Central, and we have to make sure that we keep on reminding our people to continue to build the country.
The challenge of the dwindling economy in states has spurred many of them to start looking inwards towards harnessing their natural and human resources. At the Ekiti State Economic Development and Investment Summit, tagged Fountain Summit 2021, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo reiterated the need for state governments to make their environments attractive to local and foreign investors in order to generate resources and meet the needs of their people.
So the attractiveness of a state to commerce is a radical issue. The very lives and livelihoods of the people within the borders of the state, whether the people will live prosperous and happy lives, be educated, have access to affordable medical care, depends on it.
Our solution to reduce the dependence of Ekiti State on federally distributed revenues is to enable private enterprise by making the state an attractive destination for investors.
The Nigerian military has confirmed it has neutralized 250 bandits and captured over 600 criminal elements in the recent onslaught against crime and criminality in Zamfara and other parts of Nigeria's northwest and north central states. The Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Irabor, made this known at the resumed weekly ministerial briefing organized by the Presidential Communication Team. General Irabor, who described the shutdown of telecommunication services in the areas of military operations as a blessing, said thousands of kidnapped victims have also been rescued. The Chief of Defense Staff, who attributed the mass surrender of Boko Haram terrorists to the military operations in the northeast, also confirmed the death of Abu Musab, leader of the Islamic State of West Africa Province, ISWAP.
We will not be distracted. We will remain resolute and undaunted in engaging to see that we scale up the operational engagements in that regard. So with the best approach to be able to get our nation back on course in terms of peace and security.
The federal government says the recent directive for employees to show proof of COVID-19 vaccination in order to gain access to their offices is to safeguard the work environments and not to make vaccination compulsory for public servants. Executive Director, National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, Dr. Faisal Shuaib, who made the clarification, said there are sufficient vaccines to take care of present demand.
We should not be concerned about the availability of vaccines because the supply chain has been analyzed and we're confident that the vaccines that are required to vaccinate these federal government employees and even more than these specific numbers of government employees has been figured out. We are cognizant of the fact that some unscrupulous elements will want to get the card and not the jab. We are working with relevant security agencies to make examples of these individuals who may wish to buy or sell cards by ensuring that we name them and we shame them.
Well, that's the news for now. The program continues shortly with Kingsley and Claire after this break. Enjoy the rest of your day. Good morning.
You should understand that the well-being and the security of this country is the paramount to any government. Prior to now, we are doing more of defensive activities to protect our bases and fight the war when we are challenged or when an objective is attacked. But right now, what we do is to carry the battle into areas where the banditries or the Boko Harams or whatever. The Nigerian Army has brought into its platforms the BT tanks, main battle tanks, helicopters, Augusta 135, the MiG helicopters, which can operate even in the night, the Super Tucanos that are about to be launched.
This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Give your kids winning energy. Milo Active Go. With the goodness of malt, milk, and cocoa, helps them make the most of every day. Milo, the energy to go further.
Manchester City return from the international break with a tricky tie against Burnley at the Etihad Stadium. Will they get their desired victory? Find out this Saturday when Manchester City take on Burnley on the Premier League Live, showing on the network service of the NTA from 2:30 p.m. The Premier League Live is brought to you by Batique and powered by Integral.
Right, let's move on to look at trending business stories with Comfort and Modu. More specifically, international agencies are indicating interest to partner Nigeria, even as the federal government develops and empowers entrepreneurs in the country. Let's join Comfort and Modu now.
The Nigerian government and its policy has actually tried very best when it comes to incentives.
The federal government has continued to deploy measures to develop and empower small business operators in the country amid the coronavirus pandemic, with starter packs and financial intervention to enable their businesses grow. This has attracted the attention of foreign investors willing to partner Nigerian government to develop small and medium-scale enterprises.
There are many areas that we can think of for collaboration, starting from startup and some business training and education for young people.
In providing the necessary platforms for small businesses to thrive, government is also ensuring equal participation of entrepreneurs in agribusiness.
Programs that are agro-based, that are IT-based, and a lot of them are targeted at youth and, most importantly, women.
With business news, Comfort and Modu.
Thank you very much, Comfort, for the business news package, and good morning, Nigeria. Coming up next is Newspaper Review.
It is always a great pleasure to introduce Bayo Atoyebe, who's already here with us. Bayo, good morning.
Thank you, Claire. Good morning.
And happy
I
Friday.
expected you to say, thank God it's Friday.
Yes,
I
just said happy Friday.
Good morning.
I just said happy
Kinsley.
Friday.
Good morning, Nigeria.
All right,
Okay, we have the leadership newspaper. That's where I'm taking up from. And the headlines below the name flag are as follows. Presidency, that's the kicker. Wait till 2031, Pandef tells Northerners. Professor Kayode Adebowale appointed UI Vice-Chancellor. And the lead story says racketeering slows down 6 million mass metering project. with 2 riders, only 750,000 meters deployed 1 year after takeoff. Darkness looms as gas producers threaten to cut supply. And the other headline there, beside the photograph, says, "Fire me, El-Rufai and Sanwo-Olu," these are state governors, "make case for state police." Inspector General of Police deploys 34,587 officers for Anambra election and seeks donation of patrol vans. And then below the photograph, that photograph there shows some ministers of the Federal Republic at the inauguration of the Presidential Monitoring and Evaluation Council on the full implementation of Executive Order Number 5. PDP chairman, that's the kicker, Iyorchia Ayu emerges Northern Consensus candidate. Anambra poll, Supreme Court affirms Soludo as APGA candidate. Military confirms death of ISWAP leader Abu Musab al-Barnawi. President Muhammad Buhari orders MDAs to patronize Nigerians in project execution. All right, so those are the headlines from the leadership newspaper, and then we'll take the Nation.
Yes, all right. From the Nation, quite a busy page this morning. But let me just take you to what will appear to be the lead story, just a little below the picture stories. So Shimbajo to governors, don't bank on monthly allocation. And it comes with 2 riders. VP urges states to drive their economies like sovereign nations. VP urges states to drive their economies like sovereign nations. Fayemi, Sanwo-Olu, Obaseki, El-Rufai seek favorable policing policy. Fayemi, Sanwo-Olu, Obaseki, and El-Rufai are seeking favorable policing policy. Okay, let's look at all that stories trending on that page now. Moving up a bit, we have turned the heat on insurgents. Gunmen, says CDS, that's Chief of Defense Staff. Now, ISWAP leader al-Barnawi killed. You'll see that story is continued on page 4. And why North PDP leaders adopted Ayu as consensus chair candidate. Party may throw presidential ticket open. It's also trending on the front page. And the picture story you see there, of course, President Muhammad Buhari is standing tall in the middle. With him are the United Nations Development Program resident representative. We also have the Regional Director, Africa, Ms. Ahunna, President, of course, Chief of Staff to the President, the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, and Minister of State Environment, Ms. Sharon Ikazo, yesterday at the Villa. All the stories, police to deploy 34,587 officers, men, 3 helicopters. INEC, we are ready for improved poll. And Supreme Court clears Soludo as APGA candidate. That trended yesterday. Just a bit atop the masthead, National Assembly promises budget passage by December 16. December 16, which is today.
December 16.
December 16, sorry. This is October. You're right. Why Igboho's travel request will be granted by lawyers is also trending. And NEMA warns Niger residents against clogging of waterways. NEMA warns Niger residents against clogging of waterways. Kogi now ranks 7th in ICANN's index. Kogi now ranks 7th in ICANN's index. But just this last one before Bayo, you take on the review. It's the liner just trending at the bottom of the paper. Benue panel on police brutalities okays 304.5 million naira compensation for victims. Benue panel on police brutalities okays 304.5 million naira compensation for victims. Don't bank on monthly allocation.
Well, that is the advice that came from Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo while he was discussing at the last Ekiti summit. It was to mark the 3rd anniversary of the administration of Governor Fayemi. And he says that he urged all states to think out of the box and grow their internally generated revenue rather than waiting for federal allocations account every month. He says that that is the right path to go. There were other governors who were at the summit too, the Ekiti Economic Summit. They included governors of Lagos, Edo, and Kaduna State, and they all collectively emphasized the need and called for a robust multi-layering policing system, which is otherwise referred to as a state policing system. Governor Fayemi also assured that he has striven to make Ekiti attractive for investors, and he assured that all inherited projects that were not completed have now been completed. Leadership was also leading with the story about mass metering, indicating that the program by federal government to provide 6 million meters free is being hit by racketeering. The investigation is saying that so far only 750,000 meters have been procured, and rather than going to persons freely, it has undergone a racketeering process. In fact, in some instances, if you are looking out for a single-phase meter, you are required to pay about 57,000. Three-phase meter goes to as high as 85,000. And aside from that, Nigerians are ready to pay. Some have paid, and there are no meters to be provided. Aside from that, you are required to contact some contractors. They call them electricity something contractors, who will now certify your application before you will get a meter. For those ones, they've now extort another 5,000 from candidates. So those are some of the indications that have been made there. But the federal government program had indicated that the metering was supposed to be free and to enhance the mass metering process. Meanwhile, the Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Rabo, has warned that Nigerians are free to express their view on security issues. However, anyone who adopts a violent approach will meet their match in the Nigerian Armed Forces. He also reported that Nigeria has now received all the 12 Tucano aircrafts that were imported from United States of America. He also took time to explain that Sheikh Ahmed Gumi's negotiation with bandits has nothing to do with the armed forces. But he says that it will nevertheless tolerate working across purposes, especially if it conflicts with security. He also said that claims that initiatives by the armed forces in the southeast are discriminatory are false. He said he has personally led discussions with people in the area. He also said that bandits report by Afenifere that bandits have infiltrated Abuja is a mere social media report. It is not true. He clarified also that the bandits leader, Abu Musa al-Banawi, has been killed. There's
sorry, I was just a bit worried about the meta issue you spoke about the other time. I think it's on leadership, yes. And my concern is, why are we Nigerians like this? Why are we averse to, improved way of living? I mean, we desire, we most times we make comparisons with, what obtains elsewhere. And but when we to make it work here,
yes.
And most of the time we are quick to blame government for inaction. But the truth is that government's intentions are most of the time good.
Yes.
But we, the people,
and the implementers.
Yeah, and the implementers.
Rather than being altruistic, there's a tendency to look what is in there for me.
So what is it about making sure that the meters are freely provided as stipulated by government?
Meters are supposed to be imported. We have meter manufacturing companies in Nigeria. In spite of that, the local manufacturer and the one imported are apparently not available. How are you going to meet the 6 million meter target if you are not actually bringing in the meters?
In the meantime, estimated billing continues.
Yes.
Exactly.
That is the ultimate goal of frustrating the meter assets program of the government. But it is one thing to bemoan the fact that meters are being hoarded on the basis of racketeering, but it's also another thing, once you already have the information, to set up sting operations and make examples of some of the racketeers. Otherwise, it will never stop. This is the same old mentality you had with NITEL, the same old mentality you had with NEPA. They've carried it over into the era now of discourse. The whole idea was to be sure that, look, you had your meter in your house and that you paid for what you consumed. Now, if you hold the meters, it means that they will still bring the estimated billing to you from time to time, and those bills are crazy bills, as we understand. So the report is out now by the leadership newspaper. What will the appropriate government agencies do? Make examples of some of the racketeers.
You know, I know a young man who only started life and just had, self-contained. And now his monthly estimated billing, it's hitting almost 8,000 with just a TV set and, lights to go. How is that?
Well,
this is a young man who has also applied for free meter and has not been given.
Well, let's look at other issues. The Inspector General of Police, Usman Baba, has warned political actors planning to cause crisis or disruption of the public peace in the November 6 Anambra election to think twice. He has directed that they should be identified, isolated, and made to face the wrath of the law, no matter how highly or lowly placed. He said 34,587 police personnel are to be deployed following conclusions in arrangement. He briefed top officers from commissioners and above, and I also challenged them that the deployment is to outcome of the election security threat analysis by the Force Intelligence Bureau. The Inspector General of Police charged the officers to project and strengthen security in their various areas of command. He also assured that welfare of officers should be a priority, and he has ordered that by the 22nd of October, all commanders should send their end-of-year security operations plans to the headquarters, and he has enjoined them to return to ensure that there is peace everywhere.
Well, you deploy this number of police officers. We don't know how many personnel the military will also deploy. We don't know how many personnel civil defense will also deploy. We don't know how many personnel DSS will also deploy. The point has always been made that the police is the lead agency in providing security during elections. How many local government areas are there in Anambra State that you'll be deploying nearly 34,500 personnel? Sometimes when you have oversaturation, it serves as a disincentive to voters. And so the thing is, what you get will just be voter apathy to say, look, let me not go and get caught up in the crossfire, because there will still be hot heads anyway who will try to disrupt the elections. And then the men who have been deployed, assuming the food complement is actually deployed, they will be policing virtually every inch of Anambra soil, plus I imagine also the contiguous states, so that troublemakers don't come in to foment trouble and then slip back into the neighboring states. It's probably just to indicate, but you deploy 34,500, how many officers do you have elsewhere around the country?
You know, Kibayo, I think I'm told that we should round off our conversation now. But just to end, you know, when CAR, the Central African Republic, defeated the Super Eagles on our own soil, people were quick to call for the sack of the coach.
And then when we won,
yes, we now won 2-0. Yes, in Cameroon. But there's a record of the coach's performance. Yes, on the inside page of the Nation, and indeed, just a summary of it. Since 2016, he has won 24 matches, drew 12, lost 13. That's a total of 49 games. He's won 24, drew 12, lost 13.
Comments?
How many trophies has he won? How many trophies? If you are busy winning first round matches and second round matches and you cannot win a trophy, of what use is it? Look at the number of losses. 13 is enough to fire any coach.
Can I share this good news?
But you don't have the time.
Port Harcourt's Aba Highway is now open for use. And guess what? The people were worried about the bad state of the road. Now that the road is good, somebody is lamenting that he has lost his business. He said he was making money hawking bread, snacks, and soft drinks on the highway during the hold-up. Now, he doesn't know how he will find for himself.
Well,
different strokes for different folks.
Sarah Bayo, thank you very much as always, and do have a great weekend. All right. You're watching Good Morning Nigeria. Don't go away. Please do stay with us. We'll be right back with our conversation.
Federal government through NPHCDA commenced phase 2 vaccination of all persons 18 years and above with safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines approved by WHO and certified by NAFDAC. Special arrangement has been made for staff, their dependents and retirees of ministries, departments and agencies of government, private corporate organizations and non-governmental organizations. To benefit from this special arrangement, visit www.nphcda.gov.ng/corporate vaccination/ to obtain, fill and submit the Google form. NPHCDA will contact you within 48 hours. Protect yourself, your family and your workplace against COVID-19. COVID-19 vaccines are free, safe and effective. For further inquiries, call 0700-220-1122 or send a mail to covid19.vaccination@nphcda.gov.ng. This message is from the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency.
They enjoy Nollywood film, Orisun, PBO, AMC, be my best channel. But ST Nollywood Plus, they show the latest Nollywood blockbuster on top classic bouquet. How I want to watch them?
My pikin they enjoy 5 children's channels. But you won't call our DreamWorks on top of.
I be telenovela lover, and I like ST Novella E and Starlight. But I hear say the series on ST Novella E Plus on top classic bouquet, they totori person pass waiting I dey see now, and I won't watch them. Shall I go need pay 800 naira extra?
From September 1, Star Times, they summer you better package. But no fear, we no increase price. Join this offer. Make basic bouquet subscribers just pay for 1 month and then go fit to watch 3 Ogbonge extra channels from Classic Bouquet. This awoof never finish. Recharge Classic or Super Bouquet for 1 month and you fit be one of the 400 lucky people them. We go win smartphone. Terms and conditions, they shall. More value, same price. Star Times, enjoy digital life.
Manchester City return from the international break with a tricky tie against Burnley at the Etihad Stadium. Will they get their desired victory? Find out this Saturday when Manchester City take on Burnley on the Premier League Live, showing on the network service of the NTA from 2:30 p.m. The Premier League Live is brought to you by Batique, empowered by Integral.
You're watching Good Morning Nigeria still on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. Now, as a prompt for our conversation, which is on investing in food for all, let's listen into this background put together by correspondent Ekene Undulwe.
Fighting hunger has been on the global agenda for many decades, with a significant number of government, private and non-governmental initiatives working towards decreasing malnutrition. Despite the efforts, food and nutrition security still remains a challenge in Nigeria. The challenge manifests in a number of ways, including chronic food shortages, unbalanced nutrition, and high cost of food items. It is estimated that between 2018 and 2020, an average of 21.4% of the population in Nigeria experienced hunger, going entire days without food due to lack of money or other resources. Statistics from UNICEF further indicates that Nigeria has the second highest burden of stunted children in the world, with an estimated 2 million children suffering from severe acute malnutrition. A lot of factors have been attributed for the food crisis in Nigeria, prominent among which are climate change, population growth, poor crop yield, insecurity, and neglect of the agricultural sector due to over-reliance on crude oil. Recently, the federal government of Nigeria initiated several policies aimed at ensuring food security in the country. Prominent among them are Anchor Borrower Scheme, farm estate programs across the country, distribution of agricultural inputs and fertilizers to smallholder farmers, as well as grants and low-interest loans to farmers. Despite these efforts, Nigeria is still a far cry from achieving the desired results. What are the impediments to achieving food security in Nigeria? Guests on Good Morning Nigeria will be speaking to the issues in a moment.
All right, we have joined us here in the studio architect Kabiru Ibrahim, and he's the National President, All Farmers Association of Nigeria, AFN. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You're welcome.
Yes, and also just to indicate that we are expecting the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Abubakar Mahmoud, whom we have invited. Also invited for this discussion is Fred Kafero, who is the country representative in Nigeria, Food and Agriculture Organization of UN. Hopefully, they will join us in the course of our conversation. Kingsley.
All right, but we have joining us from our Enugu Network Center for today's conversation, a farmer and community leader in Ebonyi State. And of course, we all know that Ebonyi is one of the leading rice producers in Nigeria. Ugochukwu Akpa, a pleasure to have you with us on Good Morning Nigeria today.
Thanks for having me, my brother. Not only rice, including yam and some other farm produce.
Is your yam production, is it higher than yam production in Benue State?
Honestly speaking, very wonderful. You need to see it now. Ebonyi is improving every year. As far as farm produce are concerned, we are increasing every year.
That's fine. That's good to hear. But I said in introducing you that Ebonyi is reputed for being one of the leading rice producers in the country. I didn't include yam because I know that the top range in that will be Benue, for example. But regardless, it is good to have this kind of heavy competition. And I'm sure Architect Kabir Ibrahim, our regular guest on Good Morning Nigeria, who is president of All Farmers Association, is already smiling. But we know that we could certainly do a lot better. So in terms of investing in food for all, what exactly are we looking at? Are we making the right kind of investments, or we are making political investments?
Well, I think this administration, we must be fair to them. I think the investments are real, but the implementation may be a bit of a problem. It is certainly not political. There are many cross-cutting issues and many MDAs, including the interventions from CBN, NALDA, and all that to really revamp the food system. The current budget, which is, for the 2022, which is a proposal, nobody has ever done that. It is twice the budget of 2021. It is about 291 billion. And then you know that there are cross-cutting investments from CBN, NALDA. NALDA is supposed to do farm estates in 108 locations. They have done one in Daura, which the president launched. So these are not political. These are, you can reach them. But what we have been telling all the actors is that they should synergize. They should all work together to get the same goal. You know, if everybody is doing their own thing, it may not amount to much. And I like some of the state governments that are encouraging agriculture, because agriculture really takes place in the states. Here in Abuja, we just wear our agbadas and come round. The farms are not here. The farms are in the states. And we should be able to get the states to key into the agri policy. The agri policy should be such that all the states have a buy-in, and we have a communique for all the states agreeing with the policy of the federal government. Because some of the states are not necessarily the same party or the same ideology, the same thing with the central government. So you only get them to key in when they are able to make contributions, and they will be able to see them in the communique. Then everybody will work in tandem, and Nigeria will be better for it.
You certainly look like a different kind of farmer than the one we are used to with the way you appear. But let's take the question to Mr. Gochukwu Akpa in Enugu Network Center. Earlier on, you were telling us, of course, that you not only produce rice, but you also produce, you farm yam and all that. But someone posted recently on the social media, a tuber of yam, she bought for as much as 5,000 naira. We don't know how true that is. But even a tuber of yam here in Abuja goes for as much as 1,500 naira to 2,000 naira. So prices of almost every food item is up. As a farmer, can you just share with us what are the issues?
The truth of the matter is that, first of all, I thank you for having me, and my regards to the National President of Farmers Association. The man is working very, very hard to make sure that things are going very well, as far as farmers are doing good things in Nigeria. Now, let me tell you the truth. The problem of this country is that so many people are looking for, this is my political party or this is not my political party. Thank God that the president, from day one he started hitting on farming. And it's a very good idea. And the experienced governors that has a very good wisdom, key into it. Just as I said, the Benue, the Ebonyi, as I can say. Ebonyi State Governor key into farming very, very, very well. So if some states can now just key into farming, the problem of a high cost of commodities will be very, very, will come down. And what am I trying to say? Come to Ebonyi State. Food items are very cheap. We sell rice in bushels. We sell rice in bags. If you come there, you get it at a very low rate. Just as I said initially, in Ebonyi State, we have yam. When somebody is going to social media and start telling you that yam is 5,000 naira per tuber, he's a liar. It's not true. Come to Ebonyi State, you will get a very big yam at the rate of 500, 600 naira. Very, very big yam. So what am I trying to? I'm advising Nigerians and government of this country, that is the state governments. Let them key into farming. We have lands. Let them key into farming. So they are finding it difficult to key into farming. Ebonyi State, we are not talking of white-collar job, we are talking of white-collar farming. What am I trying to say? Now, if you come to Ebonyi State, we have fertilizer plant. And in that fertilizer plant, the government is used to help the farmers very, very well. So they can now get fertilizer at a cheaper rate. And when you have fertilizer at a cheaper rate, it will help you to now bring up the farm produce. And there are some other things used in farming that the government are supplying: bulldozers, so just many things, tractors. So we are happy here in Ebonyi State. In short, to be honest with you, Ebonyi State is the food market of Southeast, and I'm encouraging people, instead of they will be buying food very high cost. Let some state government even come with trucks to Ebonyi State. Then we get a lot of food, send back to their state and sell at a cheaper rate. Even if 20 states in a day moving up to 10 trucks every day to Ebonyi State, they will load and go. And yet, here in Ebonyi State, we will still be very, very comfortable. So I'm not trying to praise my governor, but I'm trying to tell people what is happening in Ebonyi State, which I'm convinced that our president there is a living witness. Like the Ebonyi State government has loan. They usually give loan to the farmers. And most farmers has no money. So when you give them loan, you now encourage them to move forward. You now encourage them to move forward. And then we are moving forward in Ebonyi State. We are not lacking food. Can you believe that in Ebonyi State we still have old yam here in Ebonyi State? Because we have Old yam is very difficult for you to get old yam in so many other states. We have old rice, we have old yam. And that is to show that we are producing big quantity of all these things every year. And very soon, when our airport is okay, we'll be moving it to some other states and possibly to outside Nigeria. Because Ebonyi State, as I can say, is competing with the Benue State as the food basket of the nation. And that is the best name for Ebonyi State, not salt something, but food basket of the nation. Kudos to our governor. Because our governor, yes, he's an engineer. But from childhood, he's been a farmer. And up to now, he's a farmer. He's one of the greatest farmers in Nigeria. He has so many hectares of lands, of rice, of yam. I can bear witness to that. Just as somebody like me. And the one other thing is that in Ebonyi State, we have what they call industrial clusters. In these industrial clusters, we have rice milling machines and the cassava milling machines. And again, the governor encouraged people, small-scale people. If you go to some communities, you will see individuals owning their rice milling machines. Like in my community in Ubru, where they call Aviovo and some other places. You will see rice milling machines, up to 5 to 6, owned by individuals. Government helped them to put it up. And it's helping people. They distone the rice, they package the rice, and make it very fine. And our rice is very nutritious. I'm happy with that package that guy packaged. And what did he say? Malnutrition. When we are having foreign rice and foreign food in this country, it's malnutrition. But if you are using our soil to get what we want, it will be nutritious. So that is why in Ebonyi State, you cannot get malnutrition, to be honest with you. Things are moving very fine. So let us encourage, just as the national president said.
Thank you very much, Ugochukwu Akpa, for the comments that you have made. But we need to clarify a few issues. Of course, we'll return to you in the course of the conversation. One, when you say malnutrition and nutritious, it is not on the basis of the kind of food that you import. It depends on the quality of the food. Let's assume in Ebonyi State, your children decide to eat only rice. Rice in the morning, rice in the afternoon, rice in the evening, day in, day out. They will suffer from malnutrition because it is not a balanced diet. But of course, when you then balance it, there's supposed to be a quadrant. And then, of course, you have a nutritious diet for the children. And the other point you also made about farming. Ebonyi is, of course, noted for farming, but the giant rice mills that you have, I think Governor Elechi also played a role before the current governor in setting up those or ensuring that they were running well. There was a former minister of the Federal Republic also from that axis who also played a role in getting the investment into that location. Thanks a lot, Ugochukwu Akpa. Back to the studios. Architect Kabir Ibrahim, when I asked my question about whether or not investment in agriculture was political, my reference wasn't to the incumbent administration. Take a step back. If you recall, there was a time we had the cassava initiative. And farmers were encouraged to go into cassava production. And after a while, nobody heard about cassava. At some point, there was also a lot of, if you like, noise about cocoa and what needed to be done about cocoa. That's a cash crop. But after that, well, we have seen a few industries set up around cocoa processing, and a few local chocolates are also being made, but not much. But you raised the point about saying, look, we have a number of interventions, but the challenge lies in implementation. And persons say that essentially, in a number of cases, those who are accessing these things upfront tend to be more like political actors rather than real farmers. Architect Kabiru.
I was talking about the last 6 years, but if you talk about times before that, there was somersault of even policies Any government that comes in with his own priorities. But you know what Nigeria should do is, we have 6 geopolitical zones. We must identify the staples in those political zones and optimize that production. And then we have to have data. What quantum of cassava do we really need in the need areas, in industry, for consumption and all that? When we do that, then we are solving the problems. But if you overproduce cassava and you go to Faskarima village and give them cassava, what will they do with it? If Faskari produces sorghum and I take it to your state, what will you do with sorghum? At best, some people in some parts of this country make beer with sorghum. But beer is no food. And then again, I want to tell you that if you eat one staple and eat only it without garnishing it with certain things, if you put egg in rice, if you put vegetables, you balance it, you make a balanced diet. Now, food security means eating food when you want it, the right kind of food that is affordable and nutritious. That is when you will have all the things that it takes. Your brain power will be good, your growth will be good, it will not be stunted like mine. So this is it.
That is not on account it's not on account of malnutrition. It's probably hereditary.
Whatever it is, you see, the point we must make, and it's very, very important, is to identify and to really know and solve the problems as per the geopolitical zones and the need of the people. It calls for a lot more work than we are doing. Because it is not possible, if you talk of yam, for instance, you know, somebody is saying that they bought a tuber for 5,000 and they're making a lot of noise about yam. Yam in some areas is not looked upon as, you know, the all in all. In some areas, rice you are talking about is not the all in all. I was a youth copper in Owerri, where I would go to a restaurant and ask for food, and they would tell me, no food, but there is rice. No food, but there is rice. So rice is not food. At that time, I was in Owerri, in 83. But now, you know, you made rice so popular. Even my old mother, before she died, if you gave her corn, she would say, no, this is too much wahala, because we need to thrash it, we need to make soup and all that. But if rice, you can boil it and put oil, and everybody would eat oil. So we made rice so popular. So our import bill for rice was very, very high. But it doesn't mean that rice is a staple for all the regions of this country. So it's our own, it's your problem, my problem, everybody's problem. It's not only government.
Okay, if you look at the dynamics in world trade, and you look at the provision of, or the nature of our, you know, agriculture, of our farming, which is highly still traditional, more traditional than mechanized. Would you say that talking about investing in food for all, would you say is a wild goose chase?
Well, we've made some mistakes, no doubt about it. This current minister yesterday or day before yesterday at the Agric show, in his speech, he alluded to the fact that government needs to make more investment. More investment is in technology, mechanization and all that. You must replace human power with machine power to be able to produce optimally. It certainly, so many people came with their own ideas on how to achieve food security and all that, but it was not, they didn't carry everybody along. All stakeholders should be taken along. People should be able to make contributions. Do not say that you are the only one who knows. Because, you know, so many people can contribute to the food basket of this country. And, you know, the issue of food is global now. There are many, many challenges that we didn't envisage. You know, in the beginning, we were talking about getting food security for 2050, when the population of the world will be like 10 billion. Nigeria's population will be like 400 million. Suddenly, you know, we had COVID-19. COVID-19 changed the whole dynamics they are talking about. And currently, the Secretary General of the UN launched the Food System Dialogue on the 23rd of September in the UN. And even our president was there physically. So the whole world is going through this challenge. In Nigeria, we don't have food banks. We don't have the lines, queues on food banks. But go to the US and the UK. So the issue of food is not only Nigerian, it's global. Now, when you come to the skyrocketing prices of food items and all that, and some of the things that people say, we listen to them. But today, the reality is that the farmers are only just now getting value for what they produce. But what you should realize is that the purchasing power of the Naira has to be looked upon. I don't know if you go to Zone 4 now, how much you buy dollar from the street. It's almost 580. In the bank, it's over 400, and then you don't even get it. So somebody has to work to show up the purchasing power of the Naira. Why is it dwindling? What is happening? Why is the dollar today 580 in the open market? Why?
So you are not optimistic about attaining that?
No, I am optimistic if the institutions work properly. If you put people who know what to do in managing the affairs. I mean, you cannot, there is no way, there is no excuse for the present status of the purchasing power of our currency. I am on the National Development Plan, on the steering committee. I see all kinds of contributions from everywhere. You know, this thing comes from the technical group, the central working group, and then to the steering committee. I see reports from different directions. I see issues that we have handled even at the national level, at the National Assembly level, and they are being brought to say that we need to talk about them. When some decisions that have been taken, they are already in the public domain. But you know, some public servants are so lazy, they just bring up these issues. And then when you hear some speeches, you wonder. I'm sorry to say that I wish the minister was here. We were 2 days ago, he was talking about the release of 70,000 metric tons at the beginning of COVID. That is gone. Let us talk of now. The people who prepared the speech for him were not very fair. They were not looking at all the issues. The currency of the issues is very, very important because we must make progress from where we have been.
Architect Kabiru, thank you very much. I want Ugochukwu Akwa to also weigh in on this aspect because in terms of investing in food for all, obviously the focal point will have to be the farmer. And Architect Kabiru has also reminded us that there is a need, as has been articulated at some fora, for government to invest more. Now, from your experience, say in Ebonyi and what you do know about farmers and farming elsewhere, what should be the target of this kind of investment? And I'm asking this question advisedly because our greater practice has to do with smallholder farmers. So, will it be in mechanizing the activities of the smallholder farmers or investing more in commercial farming, which is large scale, by which process you will now absorb the small scale farmers and they become employees of big landowners? Where would you like to see the appropriate investment from your experience in Ebonyi?
Very much for having me again. You see, the truth is that in this country, many people are just leaders for mouths. I'm sorry to say that. When this government came up, federal government, the government of President Mohamed Buhari, he said farming, farming, farming. And it's a very good idea. Very, very wonderful idea. Because he knows what is going to happen in future. And that is why he said we should all become farmers. Now, some state governments supposed to key into it, all of them, no exception. Key into it, gather the stakeholders in your state. Let the stakeholders come up and now think about the way forward. Then they suggest. Then the governor will now move forward. Typical example, just like let me use my state as an example. When the Chief Engineer David Nwezumai came on board as the governor of Ebonyi State, he made it compulsory that as an ESCO member of the state, you must have your farmland. He gave all of them land. Go and farm. Don't stay in the office alone. You'll be doing as a political appointee, you'll be doing farm work. Then he came down to the rural area. He called us, the farmers, the community leaders, and the chairman. He called us for a very good meeting. Then we sat with him. He now asked us which way forward. We suggested, as a farmer he was before he became the governor, Then he now brought his own idea, and the thing laughed. Then he now said, he will be giving us loan, mechanize something, and they will be supervising us. We say, thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Excellency. And that is why today in Ebonyi State, all farmers are happy. Just as the national president said there. Now is the only time farmers are enjoying being a farmer. Because when they bring out something, people will buy it. I'm not only giving money for farming or loans for farming or the items to use in farming, like fertilizer and other things. They're supposed to be good road networks so that from your farm, you can now move it to the open market. Good road network. Whether in the evening, in the afternoon, in the night, or in the morning. So, some state governments should supposed to now have good road network so that farmers will not have problem in bringing out their farm produce to the open market. So just as you said, whether mechanized, commercial, or the truth is that when things started going well, both the commercial side, both the low profile side will be enjoying, and the thing will be coming out. Just as I said initially, up till now, in Ebonyi State, we still have old yam, we still have old rice, we have cassava, we have tomato, but in a small quantity. We have vegetables. That's why I boast that in my state, there is no malnutrition. We, the local people, know how to bring leaf and all this small to make local salad. It may not be as so delicious as the one you are eating in Abuja there. Last time I came to this program, I told the whole world that I am happy to be a farmer. And I have not seen anything that will make me to come out from my state as a farmer. I will be in my state as a farmer because I'm enjoying it. And the government is encouraging us so much. Just as I said about the industrial cluster. If you don't have money to go to the private milling machine companies, you go to government-owned. The government-owned is so cheap, they will help you to do it. And they will ask you, do you want to sell to them? If you want to sell to them, they buy. And they now take it to open market and sell it at a very cheaper price.
Thank you for all the things that you have told us that the state government is doing. But my colleague's question is, if I don't think you really understood his question, is as a farmer, what would be your idea, or what is your opinion about the area that government, whether federal or states, should invest in? Is it in mechanized farming? You may be practicing mechanized farming, but there are also other farmers in Ebonyi State that are still using traditional method to farm. So would you want more investment in that area, or would you want more investment to boost commercial agriculture or commercial farming?
Let me still use Ebonyi State as a point of contact. In Ebonyi State, we are doing mechanized farming. That's why I mentioned about tractors. We are doing mechanized farming very, very well. But of a truth, there are still people using low-profile system, old model system. But they are of a small number, just small number. And that is why, because we are using mechanized here, government import tractors and supply to local government. Local government supply to farmers. So mechanized system is working in Ebonyi State, and the old model pattern, people using it are of a few. There's very few people, very, very few people. Just like if you want to farm in your backyard or in your distant, you can just go do that one locally. But every land in Ebonyi State, in Izi, in Eza, and in the south, if you go there, you will see farm, rice, yam, cassava. Honestly speaking, I'm not talking politically. I'm not a politician. I'm a farmer. But I'm telling you the kind of benefit we are getting from our state government. And that's why I'm encouraging other state governments to help farmers in their place and enter into this mechanized farming. It will be very wonderful. Nigeria have land. But people are looking for white-collar job. If you come to Ebonyi State, you will see graduates doing farming something. We are not talking of white-collar job. We are talking of white farming job. Because farming is the best way to live now. Just as the national president said, you can see the high rate of dollar. If they pay you 100,000 today as a salary, you must come to invest it on farmers. So what am I saying? So when you are looking for a white-collar job and you are not a farmer, you are making mistake. That's why in Ebonyi State, both civil servants are farmers. On weekends, they go to farm. They have people doing the business for them. So we are not too suffering there like that. And the government is encouraging us so much. Like erosion issue, the government is controlling it very, very well. So they have minimized the erosion the flooding problem. They have minimized it. And now we are enjoying it as well. It's not like before when you go to farm during the rainy season, flood, you just come and carry everything. The government has minimized it very, very, very well. I think now I can say it is less than 15%. So if somebody can now go as a farmer and be happy to go as a farmer and do the job as a farmer, and at the end of it, he will be happy. The person will be happy because he will have a very good result. Then when you be going to market to sell it, he will be happy as well. And when you get to the market, you will see how people will rush the business. And when you come back.
Okay, back to the studios, Architect Kabir Ibrahim. I want to pose the same question to you in terms of the target of investment, whether by government or by the private sector. Mostly what we have are smallholder farmers. It could be a function, of course, of our land tenure system. But will investment or should investment be in ramping up the mechanization of smallholder farmers, or investment more into large-scale commercial farming? The point about investment, of course, we do, as you very well know, relates to land clearing, relates to planting, relates to tending, and then relates to harvesting. When you're still seeing all these machete and hoes that people are using to plant, what hectarage can you cultivate for grains, for instance, where otherwise, you should have mechanization? Where should we have the focus for investment? If it isn't there right now, why the lacuna?
I will take you down memory lane. In 2008, thereabout, there was the CACS, this Commercial Agriculture Scheme, loan scheme. When it came, they said the minimum investment that a farmer should have to enjoy that loan would be 1 billion. I was the only farmer. I was then the president of Poultry Association. I represented farmers at the CBN meeting with then Soludo. Soludo himself did not come, but Tunde Lemo came, and the director of development finance was there. And then at that time, there was the commercial desk in the NAFRA. Dr. Babandi was there, and I went there with my DG. We told them it was not possible to have that asset base of 1 billion. And they then said that the farm itself, on which the investment was not collateral. It had to be the activity. That time I told them, even Obasanjo, who was a very big poultry farmer, could not qualify. Because if you only looked at his cages, battery cages, and the chicken, his investment was not 1 billion. So we looked at it again. This was a policy that came just for commercial agriculture. Now, what you should do is you should be able to attend to both. But the commercial agriculture, and it should really be private practice. From the private sector. You would start your operations on a very large scale. You would be able to process and all that, and then give employment to the people, smallholder farmers that you displace in your activities. They will now get employment from the process of what you process and from the processing that you do. So agriculture does not just mean production. You can also get into processing, and you can do business in agribusiness. The population of the farmers in this country in about 50 years, when we all go, it will now be completely contracted. Because, the population of the farmers in the United States is now like 3%. 150 years ago, they were just like us, 70%. But all the processes, the value additions and all that have given employment to youngsters who do not have to really get into production, but they get what they can from the agricultural activities of the large space users, even shops. Even today, when you go to any of these shops, Amigo, Sahara and all that, you see them selling many, many things. You know, yogurt that is value added is there, and then the people who do the selling are employed, otherwise they would be on their farms and all that. So when these processes come, you know, in full swing, you will know that all these things we are talking about, I'm happy with the passion that Mr. Akpa has for agriculture. He's a farmer. I like his enthusiasm. I like the electricity he exudes. I like the way he is encouraging everybody to go there. And the theme of this year's Agri Show is really celebrating the resilience of the smallholder farmers. Yes. So we need to make investments to help the small farmer holders to produce more than what they eat and go to the market with it, so that they are not just peasant farmers. We encourage them to do agriculture as a business.
You know, he's also very insistent on the encouragement and support from the state government, and it's also extending such, which means that there is also a gap in the involvement, you know, from state executives.
What it is I think the governor of Nasarawa State even made it very clear that he called on his brother governors to embrace agriculture and invest in it. I will tell you something that, you know, I wrote to, I think you had an interview with me and the governor of Plateau State. When I even after that, I wrote to him as the chairman of the northern state governors. I told them, look, the way to go is to embrace agriculture in a serious way. You see, agriculture actually takes place in the states. So the investments of most of the state governments is abysmal in agriculture. Most of it is political. I had participated in distribution of fertilizers across Katsina State. I was the one that came up with the idea that you should distribute fertilizer per polling unit. Use a template, because in the polling unit, everybody knows what everybody else does. You know the farmer there, so when you bring fertilizer, you only give to the farmers. But then there is so much a state government can do. Because I remember in the year that I participated, the Katsina State government distributed about 23,000 metric tons of fertilizer, but no one person got one bag. Just small thing. It was like a drop in the ocean. What the government should do really is...
That's political farming.
I don't think you want to look at it as political farming. You see, a farmer will need fertilizer based on his or her hectareage. Okay. Half a bag might help somebody who is doing something like 0.3 hectares. And if he produces what will feed him and his family, he's no longer a burden to society. So I want to look at it from, you know, put more there. You know, instead of building roads in the cities and putting street lights and all that, when people are driving their last cars, you probably should invest in rural production of food. Because food actually is produced in the rural areas. If you go to rural England, that is where production takes place. If you go from Paddington Station to Manchester, look left and right, you see farms, you see animals feeding on flushed grain and all that. If you go to the United States, go to Germantown, you see many farmers and many farms, many outfits, and you see large vehicles taking, like I'm interested in dairy. You see large vehicles carrying milk from different locations and taking it to where it will be processed. The people will be paid their money there, and they will get a piece of the action when the milk is processed. So the wealth is permeating the system, and that's what should happen here.
In those rural farm locations, that's where you see these pickups, these off-road that some Nigerians have turned into status car symbols in urban areas.
Kingsley, we have the Commissioner for Agriculture, Cross River State now, joining us via Zoom from Calabar. Okon Owuna, if we can find him. Okay, he will soon get connected with him. But all right, there he is. That's the Cross River State Commissioner for Agriculture, Okon Owuna. Thank you very much for joining us, Honorable Commissioner.
Thank you very much, madam.
Okay, just a
My name
moment.
is Okon Owuna, the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture in Cross River State.
Yes, we said so. Okon Owuna, we said so. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's just hold you for a moment and also introduce Professor Akim Bolade Oyenide, who's also joined us via Zoom. He's Deputy Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Abuja, and National Secretary, Entomological Society of Nigeria. He's also joining us via Zoom from Gwagwalada. Thank you very much, Professor, for finding time to join us.
Thank you.
Okay, Casey.
All right, Professor Ojeride, let's bring you into the conversation at this point and ask, are we investing appropriately and sufficiently in food for all?
Okay. Thank you for having me. This is a very crucial discussion. We talk about investment in food for all. It's neither there or nor here, because so much money is being pushed into agriculture, but I doubt if the money is getting to the actual actor that's supposed to use them. So the major problem that we're having is where you talk about implementation and evaluation of investment in agriculture in the country. So, for example, the issue of food security and food safety is the main for the global development that we have now. We have a larger number of problems that is associated with production, but the fact of anthropogenic problem, which is man-made problem, has been the main bane, as that is a cankerworm in the development and the availability of food for all. Investment per se, we cannot say that we are not investing, but the appropriateness of the investment and the direction of investment in agriculture is the problem. I remember in one of your programs, I spoke about portfolio farmer and portfolio actors on the value chain. The actual actor, which are the subsistence farmer that we're supposed to better their life, I doubt if we are doing that. And for example, fortunately, we have a commissioner of agri from the Cross River State with us now. We find out that majorly most of the agricultural development program are being done at the federal. Most of the state has neglected this, whereas the proximity and the closeness to most of our farmers is the state and local government. Most of the state have conveniently killed the local government now. Because what happened in most of the states is that you find out that is who dictate the piper dictate the tone, who play the piper dictate the tone, in the sense that is the government that facilitated and made sure that it's only their acolytes that man the local government. So we lost it out by losing the closest set of people that will have assisted the farmer, which are at the local level. So when you have destruction in the chain of command and chain of drive, there's no way the help that you want to give to the subsistence farmer will get there. There's no gainsay in the aspect of Nigeria as a whole now. Most of our food comes from the subsistence farmer. The issue of giving them input, most of them don't even get the input on time. Some of them will get the input for rain-fed agriculture in the dry season. Some of them will not even get. Most of them, when they get it when it's too late, they'll go and sell it. So the fact remains that there is investment in agriculture, but the appropriateness in the execution of the program, so that the target, which is the subsistence farmer, should be implemented. That's one. The second one is that agric is not what you do on the pages of paper or on the newspaper or on the media. Agric is something that your investment now, we must think of how do we drive our agriculture into modernity. How can we assist the farmer? Why the youth are not going into agriculture is that when you talk about the practice that the drudgery is too much, where the people will still be using cutlass and hoe where people will still be doing small farm holdings, will not give us sufficient in food security and food safety. So we must find a way of, if we cannot do high-tech, an intermediate way of provision of agricultural tools that will assist the farmer on the value chain. The value chain starts from input provision up to when they get to market. So we find out that as at present, the farmer are just doing personal assistance. Because after harvesting your corn, after harvesting your maize, your perishable commodity, you don't know how you can sustain this and increase the shelf life so that you will not be selling at loss at the farm gate. So the fact remains that there should be sincerity of purpose from the actors on the value, especially the people at the policy level, in assisting all actors on the value chain of agriculture. With that, we will have bumper harvest. Most of the record now shows that we are losing over 50% of our production to post-harvest handling. Post-harvest handling, because when you produce, when you say farmer go and produce, and they produce, there's no storage, there's no way they can add value to it, there's no way they can extend the shelf life, it means they'll be selling at loss, one. The one that they cannot sell will just get perished, and that means an investment in futility. So the fact remains that if possible for the government to rekindle and rewind back to, because all these are not new in the country. There are some of them that we've been doing. We have a commodity board some time ago in this same country that mob production, they mob products from the farmer. When they mob the product from the farmer, the next they do is that they store it for a while, and now it means the farmer will be encouraged to produce more. But now, farmer is producing, is fearing the issue of security of going to his farm, is fearing the insecurity of perishability of where the natural pest will invade and invest and destroy all the production of the farmer.
Professor Jarinde, thank you. Let's quickly put you on hold and bring in the Commissioner for Agriculture, Cross River State. That's Commissioner Okon Owuna. Commissioner, thank you very much for your patience. Let's quickly look at the concept of investing in food for all. Now, is it an ambiguous venture? And if not, what aspect of the agricultural ecosystem, shall we begin to enable?
Thank you very much, Madam, and thank you for being with you today. I want to speak specifically about the investment in agriculture in Cross River State, the Cross River State model, completely as a state which is almost self-sustaining now, because since about 12 years ago, the Cross River State government, we lost our oil wells, 77 oil wells to our neighboring state. The capital receipt from the federation account was near zero. So thank God we have a governor who have to think out of the box in the person of Professor Benayade. And the only options we have to drive the economy of Cross River State was tweeting our policy blueprint to over 70% investment in agriculture, which is yielding so much fruit now, because that is the only way we can sustain the economy of Cross River State. It is true that food security is the first touch that any responsible government should invest on to run the economy. And this is what we are currently doing in Cross River State. We've gone into a lot of the value chain of rice. First, in establishing the rice seedling factory that was commissioned.
We have some challenge there with the Zoom connection from the Cross River Commissioner for Agriculture, Owuna. Well, of course, we're going on a short break now. When we return, we hope to be able to link back to him in Calabar.
solution we have developed is a multifaceted one. First, we have tried to lead a program to build what we think will be an acceptable and hopefully affordable housing type based on surveys we did in 2015-2016 and construction that started in 2017. And that's going on in 34 states as the National Housing Program.
This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
A new edition of TV Guide is out exclusively with Governor Simon Lalong of Plateau State.
Since assuming office, our rescue administration has pursued the path of peace and reconciliation and restored confidence among people of different ethnic, religious, and political persuasions. Peace is back on the plateau. We are building world-class infrastructure in roads and opening up opportunities for innovation.
The edition is a compendium of mind-blowing stories for your reading pleasure, ranging from entertainment, economy, sports, media, politics, family, and lots more. Pick up a copy and keep abreast with issues and trending features within our space. TV Guide, very incisive, very educative and compelling. Grab a copy at the vendor near you or any NTA station nationwide. TV Guide, your indispensable companion.
Dear compatriots, our country can be as great as we want.
Let us all commit ourselves to its greatness.
We must be willing to set aside our differences, unite and stay as one.
In our expansive landmass, human and material resources, and plurality lies our strength.
Let our challenges lead us to rediscover our common ground, and together, let's find solutions.
This will take some time, so it requires patience, tolerance, and forgiveness from every one of us.
Let all hands come on deck to protect and transform our country.
Let us unite and see each other not as adversaries, but as brothers and sisters.
Together, we can build a better Nigeria for ourselves and for the next generations.
This message is brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA, with support from Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
Manchester City return from the international break with a tricky tie against Burnley at the Etihad Stadium. Will they get their desired victory? Find out this Saturday when Manchester City take on Burnley on the Premier League Live, showing on the network service of the NTA from 2:30 p.m. The Premier League Live is brought to you by Batique, empowered by Integral.
All right, you're welcome back to Good Morning Nigeria. We're live still on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. Let's return to Okon Owuna, who is the Commissioner for Agriculture in Cross River. You were explaining to us what has been happening in Cross River, but perhaps we should contextualize this against the background of the questions we earlier posed. In targeting investment, what has been the experience of Cross River? We know about distribution of seeds and seedlings and fertilizer, but for the smallholder farmers, what is being done to improve the quality of their work and therefore the quantum? Is it in mechanizing smallholder farming or also in leveraging commercial farming? What are we seeing in Cross River? Here to also have an audio glitch there from Owuna. Once that is sorted out, I hope we have the benefit of his contribution. Let's come back to the studios. Architect Ibrahim, I know that there are a number of issues on the table. But earlier, when you were talking about a semblance of comparative advantage, you said, look, let's have the zones, as it were, specialize in the production of certain kinds of agricultural produce. I recall that under the agricultural transformation agenda by Dr. Akinwumi Adesina when he was Minister of Agric, we had these geo-agricultural zones, the idea which was driven, but that doesn't appear to have gained traction. How can we get back to this so that when we know they say there are certain locations where you can accelerate grains production, others where it will be tubers, and even in terms of the tubers, it will be certain kinds of tubers, and so on and so forth. So that when you are citing industries for value addition, you know where to go to.
You see, this is why I said the business end of agriculture comes in. You know, when you say the government is supposed to give you the impetus to be able to do it, is the investor will now key into the investment and make a kill. If, for instance, in my local government, the soil condition is such that I will maximize the production of rice, say, I would site my industry there. I would optimize my production, even if it means getting the smallholders, farmers in a group and being the off-taker of what they produce. I will now maximize that and make good money. Now, the enabling environment for all these things to happen is what the government should produce. And in the APP, what we did was we took the fine points of ATA and put it together, and that's why we have the green alternative. And now what we're even suggesting to this administration is that consolidate the APP. Because in the short time that is left for this administration, 1.5 years or maybe 18 months, if you start doing a new policy, the new policy will come into effect when first it goes to the FEC for approval, it goes to the National Assembly for a nod, and even before going there, it has to have the buy-in of the stakeholders. Then it will be publicly launched. If you go through the gamut of all this, you probably take 6 months. So we are now advising that, look, consolidate the APP, because the APP has the fine points of ATA, which you alluded to, which had very good things, you know, a lot of these things that you are talking about, what I alluded to, look at the geopolitical zones and have developments sprouting from there and all that. Then you have the policy. Then that policy should be bought in by all the state governments so that they will understand what they are doing in Cross River State, for instance, is very, very good and is germane to agriculture. But if you look at it, it is mainly run by government. And once this governor leaves, it might not be there. But what you should do is you encourage businessmen either in that place or even from outside to come and invest there and have that thing. Because, you know, when you say, look, this is Cross River State, and then whoever is not from Cross River State will not come and invest, then you have a problem. If you have the Dangotes of this country going to Cross River to invest in the rice thing that he's doing, and if they are doing the seed program in tandem with this National Agricultural Seed Council, it will be there. It will be sustainable, and then it will be regulated. The seed will be regulated. You know, you have highland rice, you have a variety of any crop that will thrive where there is a lot of water and where there is limited water and all that. When you do all these things and think properly and do it properly, definitely success is yours. We have a vast arable land in this country.
Architect Ibrahim, the point you just talked about with regard to getting investors to come, investment experts would argue that outsiders would look at what internal investors are doing. Why does it appear that Nigerian investors are not so keen in taking up these opportunities? Instead, everyone, most are just running after arbitrage. You know, you collect $100 from your bank, and then you go to Zone 4 or whatever they are, Allen Avenue or any of the airports. You give it to them, you make a $100 spread on $1, and you come back. And yet, these long-lasting investment opportunities are available. What can be done to draw their attention to these investment opportunities, and then they get in there?
The advocacy that we make to get people to invest should be revamped. We should do more advocacy in that direction. And we should also discourage the idea of making unheard of profit from an investment. The investments should grow. Look at the richest people in the world. Look at Warren. He's in his 90s now, and he started this thing from age 15. He is there now. He's giving everything that he ever got to charity. He wants the whole world to know that. Amassing all this is not in. So you see, we need to really, it's a mindset thing. We need to be educated in the true sense of the word, not have degrees and decorations, and then probably have appointments and all that. You need to understand that it's after you. What about the children and great-grandchildren and whatever that will come after you? This is, you are building a nation. It's not about you. It's about the whole nation.
Okay, let me take a similar question to Ankpa Ugochukwu in an Enugu Network Center. Mr. Ankpa, you've talked glowingly about the encouragement and support that farmers in Ebonyi State are getting from the state government. Can you share with us, because it would appear that, again, there are, apart from the community leaders, there are also private investments in farming in Ebonyi State. What are some of those incentives, that have, made it attractive for people, to go into farmer, both subsistence farming and, commercial farming?
Thank you very much. The truth is that if most state governments could key into the pattern of the Ebonyi State governor, it would be very wonderful. Number one, it's not a matter of supplying the inputs like fertilizers and other things to the farmers. Nigerians are smart. But in Ebonyi State, the governor will order the commissioner to supply. The commissioner will supply. And the commissioner will go from local government to local government, community to community, to supervise whether you get to the grassroots. So supervision is very, very important. And time to time, the governor even go by himself to supervise these farmlands to know how it's going. Number one. Number two, the other of my colleague, the other man from Abuja talks about storage. So each state government should try to make sure they have a warehouse where farmers can come and store. And when they come and store, it will be very wonderful. Like investment you talk about. In Ebonyi State, in those industrial clusters, the government of Ebonyi State make it open. Anywhere you are, come in and just come in and have part of the industrial cluster. Whatever you want to do, be doing it. And if you want land, there are people will give you land to farm. So we are seriously in a farmland business here. And that is why in Ebonyi State, we the local farmers, we the local people in the communities, we are enjoying it. Because when you see somebody that supplies something to you and supervises you, you must have the fear to make sure that you balance up. So that next year, he don't supply again to you. So that is why in Ebonyi State, the government is supervising us. Then we, the community leaders, we are supervising the farmers as well. So that in most places, they will now supply, and they will not know whether it gets to the grassroots or not. The thing just hang. The next time you will now see the fertilizer supplied by the government inside the open market, selling. But in Ebonyi State, when they bring it straight to the local government chairman will now call the farmers. And the one good thing again is that before each farming season, the government have to make advertise it. Cooperative society people will now come, individuals will now come and apply for what they want, what they need in their farming season. Then when they go through it, then government will now supply and supervise whether it gets to the person. That is one of the good things. So, and that is why both the mechanized and the low, as I said, there are just few people doing that now. Because
Mr. Ugochukwu Akpa, I would like you to take this along with your response, because we're talking about investment, and what you are describing continues to point to government intervention. Architect Kabiru here has drawn our attention to the fact that you would need private investors to also come in here. For you as a farmer and for your colleagues and others in your location, what experience have you had with private investors? Let me give you an example. And therefore, what would be your reaction if a private investor were to come and say, look, when government is already doing fertilizer and seedlings, that's fair enough. But we have these tractors that will enable you till your land much faster, much quicker. We have the planters. We also have the harvesters, combined harvesters, and so on and so forth. We would list this to you during your period of use at a certain rate or get a certain percentage of your crops. What would be the attitude of farmers if you are not already experiencing that, or if you are experiencing it, tell us what it has been like.
You know, the thing is this. When an investor comes in, he has his own percentage because he's coming to make profit. But the good thing is that the government of Ebonyi State bought these tractors and all these things. So an investor will now come trying to make a profit of 10,000. But when government supply their own, they will make profit of like 2,000 or 3,000. So you cannot just go to that investor that will now get 10,000 from you. You have to rush to the government that will now get 2,000 from you, which is very, very cheap. And that is what I'm still saying. Government from time know our problems, and they are helping us so much. So, but meanwhile, the government of Ebonyi State advertise it. It's on radio, it's on paper. Investors can come in. But when they come in, they find out that government is doing so much things for the farmers. Too many things. So that's why they don't find it very easy. They don't find it very easy. Because we are very, very comfortable with what the government is giving to us. Very, very cheap. They put gas in all those tractors, and the fertilizers are very cheap. But when an investor is coming in, the investor will, okay, for example, Ebonyi State have fertilizing plant. So if an investor is coming with a fertilizer, how much will he sell? He will sell up to 20,000. Why we are getting it very, very cheap? Less than 10,000. So no one cannot go and buy the one of 20,000. You just go and buy the government own. So I'm still encouraging other state governments. Let them enter into agriculture. Let the people in the local area start being happy. And not everyone will be looking for white collar job. You know, I told you initially, I was living in Abuja. But now I'm in the village. The money I could not make in Abuja, I'm making it in my village now. As a farmer. So farming is very, very wonderful. So if the state governments can, just as the national president said, can encourage the local people, the people in the city having certificate without job, we come down.
Okay, Ugochukwu, thank you very much. I mean, some of the points you've raised in response to the question also points to investor resistance because you think they're out there to make profit. I earlier said that, look, fertilizer and seed and seedlings, those are government business, but there are critical aspects of investment in agriculture. Professor Jerinde, I was just wondering, Professor Jerinde, very, very quickly, you know, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, while he was around, was talking about agric as a business, and agric is a business, not a development program. So how then do we attract private investors to the various aspects of agricultural production and value addition? Because that remains a critical area. How do you attain that break-in among smallholder farmers to say, look, the hectares you are doing now, you could have much better yield, you will suffer less on the farm with your machetes and hoes?
Thank you for having me. The fact remains that, like what the Ebonyi State person said, you can see that that shows the resistance that the states are having against investors. The first fact that Adesina did when Dr. Adesina was the minister, it cannot be overemphasized. You see that he showed that agri is a business. If you want to run a viable agriculture, it's a business. What most of our people are talking about is farming, which is peasantry. So the investment that we are talking about, we are not saying that the investors that will go to Ebonyi, that will go to Cross River should be doing the same thing the state governor is doing. That's not what we are saying. What we are saying is that let people realize this thing that they are engaging in that you call agriculture is a business. And that's why we talked about the valuation aspect of it. So each and every investor will choose where do you want to take If you want to take input, you do take. If you want to take processing, if you want to take storage, if you want to take marketing, you choose which part of the value chain. There's a saying that jack of all trade is master of none. So when you choose where you have competence, where you have infrastructure for, where you have efficiency for, you use that to assist whosoever is on the value chain. For example, if there's somebody that have a collation center somewhere, it's not compulsory that it should be the government that have the warehouse. There can be somebody that, oh, my investment will be, I want to have a warehouse in Abuja. What do I want to store in the warehouse? I can mop. I can assist to mop. It becomes a business where I will mop all the products. Olam and others are doing it. They are foreigners. They are doing it in Nigeria. They mop some of the production of sesame, of rice, of ginger, and a host of other. After mopping it, you add value to it before selling. Why we're having agri practice at a loss now is that people are selling when they are not adding value to their products. And that is why we're having skyrocketed prices all over. Because the big ones are just mopping and they are taking undue advantage of the farmer. So the fact remains that we should see agriculture as a business, and whatsoever government want to invest in, government should be investing on how do you consolidate and how do you assist the producer so that there will be continuous production. For example, now, most of what we are saying is that we are assisting the farmer and they are satisfied with what we are assisting them. Who tells? What is the empirical data that shows that? If I ask our state actor, what are the facts? What data do they have about people on the value chain of all their agricultural practices in the state? Fortunately, we have the commissioners here now. They can talk about it. Because the first thing that is missing in Nigerian agricultural practice is that there is no data. The president of farmization that is with us know that what they have is just, let's just say, the socialist or the people that are within that are available within the social media system or the what you actually call
Professor Jarinde, thank you. I'm sorry to interject here. We're running out of time. We just like the Commissioner for Agriculture across River State, Okono Wuna, to quickly also share his perspective on the issue of sustainability of what has been put in place by the state government. Are there, plans for private investment in the agribusiness that you're initiating?
Yes, like I said, Cross River State government, we've gone into a lot of investment in agriculture, ranging from the rice value chain with the establishment of rice seedling factory. As I speak, alternatively, our ultra-modern vitaminized rice producing mill in Ogoja is
Well, Kingsley, we know the terrain that, of course, he's joining us from is all the way from Cross River State. But we'd like to appreciate the Commissioner for Agriculture, Cross River State, Okono Wuna, for finding time to join us. Unfortunately, we couldn't get much from him. Let's also appreciate Ugochukwu Akpa, a farmer and a community leader, joining us from our Enugu Network Center. He's based in Ebonyi State. Mr. Akpa, thank you very much for your contributions. And Professor Hakeem Ojerinde, who is the Deputy Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Abuja, also joined us via Zoom from Gwagwalada, which is a suburb of Abuja, the capital city. And architect Kabir, of course, Ibrahim, National President of Farmers Association of Nigeria, AFAN. Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to have you on Good Morning.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, let's check what's trending on arts and entertainment.
Bolanle Austin Peters produced film Collision has been confirmed to premiere at this year's African International Film Festival. Austin Peters unveiled the production back in February while celebrating her 52nd birthday. Speaking on the project, she wrote, Palava is a thought-provoking drama addressing topical issues such as family conflict, corrupt agents, and love. Organizers of top-rated Festival Africa International Film Festival has unveiled the official selection for the upcoming 10th anniversary edition. The 2021 edition, slated from November 7 to 13, 2021, will screen over 50 productions, including 16 feature films, 14 documentaries, and 7 animated films. The opening and closing film for the new edition will be Michael Pearl's Encounter and Bolanle Austin Peters' Collusion. Meanwhile, Nigerian comedian Bright Abuja, popularly known as Basketmouth, has signed a mega music deal with US-based record label Empire. Basketmouth announced the deal on his official Instagram handle on Wednesday. Empire is an independent record label that handles music licensing and distribution and boasts a lineup of successful Nigerian artists such as Olamide and Fireboy DML. The deal comes after Basketmouth's successful album Yabasi, released in 2020, and will give the comedian an advance, a budget, and marketing support for its upcoming project.
All right. Thank you very much for staying with us today and indeed for the week. Good Morning Nigeria is back on Monday at 7 in the morning. Take care of yourselves. Enjoy your weekend. I'm Kingsley Osadolo.
And I'm Claire Adelabo Abdul Razak. Always stay safe. COVID-19 is real. And do join us in the fight against rape and rapists. That way you'll be a star. We appreciate all our guests and we thank you for watching. Bye-bye from all of us.
NTA, you can't beat the reach.
We want to talk about rights, there are obligations. I'm not saying that this government is a saint, it's very far from it. But there are things that we can do to make it better, and that's the challenge I'm throwing to you. You don't want to build this nation? I don't know where else you want to go. If I had a choice, I'll come back. When I stand outside and I hear what you have to say about this country that I know that I can die for as one, then I'm really sad because you're young. You have education. You have tools. You have a huge future ahead of you. And you're condemning yourself before you started on that journey. So please don't do that. Please don't.
Wannan labarin ma yana peji na 36.
Ita kuma babban labarin wannan jarida shine ainihin labarin da ke gaban jarida shine ta bayyana cewa
ọkwa ojii Ikenga eziokwu
nwanne m nwoke
Ikechukwu Ndukwe Igbo
iji wee mee ka ụbọchị na-aga n'anya ya
ọjọ́ ewutelu unu.
Nation fún ti òwúrọ̀ yìí ibẹ̀ náà ti sọ pé àwọn ìgbìmọ̀
aláṣẹ ìpínlẹ̀ Benue pàṣẹ wípé.
ní gbogbo àwọn ẹ̀ka ní ẹ̀ka ètò ẹ̀kọ́ ní ẹ̀ka ètò ìlera ní ẹ̀ka ètò ààbò.
Fellow compatriots, if no single tribe or religion has defeated poverty, then no single tribe or religion can develop Nigeria. The success story of every state and capital is the contribution of every tribe and religion. Our Nigeria no be wazobia, no majorities or minorities. Every tribe and every religion still they hustle for naira when no get tribe or religion. So, my country people, let's join this movement that says naira no get tribe and use the naira to develop our naira land. Citizens first. Citizens before state of origin. Citizens before your religion. Citizens before your ethnic belonging. For participation, call 0902 739 5555.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hi, I am Chris Paulo Taigbe, and you are welcome to Forex Matters, your monitor on developments in the Forex community. The last time I promised to bring to you the minds behind the BDCs. That promise will be fulfilled today because I will be introducing to you for the first time on television the Association of Bureau de Change Operators of Nigeria, APCON. That is the body that is responsible for the BDCs. So it's going to be a full half hour for the BDCs today. Plus, our other exciting segments. Do stay tuned after this time out. You're welcome. You're welcome back. As you know, today's episode is a special menu for the BDCs. But before we meet them, let us have a quick look at what is happening in the world of economy.
Banks warn customers against violation of the Central Bank of Nigeria Forex directives. The Central Bank of Nigeria says Nigeria imports over $580 million worth of cassava byproducts every year. Central Bank of Nigeria directs banks to block 18 companies' accounts. The federal government of Nigeria spent 91% of revenue on debt servicing in 6 months. EFCC urges banks to query customers' sources of income. AFDB jumps into Australian capital market with $464 million kangaroo bond. And Nigeria pegs 2022 base oil price at $57 per barrel.
Foreign exchange, hard currencies, dollar, pound sterling, euro, Dutch marks, French francs, and so on. It is all about Forex. It is the denominator that lubricates the economy as well as your life. International trade is run by it. Our national economy is dependent on it. As a manufacturer, it is what you need to bring your materials from overseas. And as a parent, it is what you need to send your children to school abroad. And for critical medical treatment, Forex is what you need to get that hospital outside Nigeria. So, you need to know how it's faring in the market, how and where you can get it through the banks and the BDCs. Forex Matters will bring to you information on developments in the Forex market and how the community is responding, just to make it good for you. Forex Matters, your monitor on Forex developments.
you're just joining me, this is Forex Matters, and our story today is solely on the BDCs through the association called APCON. So what is APCON? Who are the BDCs? Well, here's a report to guide you.
Association of Bureau de Change Operators of Nigeria, APCON, is the official umbrella body recognized by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to oversee the activities of Bureau de Change operators across Nigeria. The Bureau de Change business in Nigeria is principally regulated by the Central Bank of Nigeria. APCON consistently works with CBN to develop regulatory policies for foreign exchange operations in Nigeria. Notably, the CBN has publications commonly known as circulars and pronouncements, which impact the activities of the central bank licensed Forex operators. Functions of APCON: collaborate with CBN to ensure Forex availability to small-scale end users in line with CBN guidelines. Service tools to the CBN for the management of exchange rates. Assist in the fight against illegal financial activities. Facilitate economic activities. Provide economic data for policy decisions. Sensitization and training of BDC operators nationwide to ensure easy compliance to CBN guidelines and directives. All process to get registered by APCON is directed by the Central Bank of Nigeria. The minimum capital requirement for the operation of BDCs in Nigeria is set at 35 million naira, and there is as well a non-refundable 100,000 naira application or processing fee. This is paid to facilitate paperwork. This is accompanied by a licensing fee of 1 million naira and an annual renewal fee of 250,000 naira. After interim approval, you have to incorporate your company with CAC with share capital of 35 million naira. After all other processes would have been effected at the CBN, the Apex Bank issues the intending APCON member with a final license before joining the Association of Bureau de Change Operators of Nigeria, APCON. Supposedly, membership of the association should be made mandatory by the Apex Bank before granting each BDC access to the market and after grant of the final approval. Inspectors will be directed to inspect the corporate offices of the new BDCs. In the process of granting the final approval, the Apex Bank ensures mandatory availability of the capital base of 35 million naira in the BDC account. This process makes the business eligible to buy the dollar from the CBN at specific marketable prices. Ownership of multiple Bureau de Change outlets is not permissible and would be punished if detected. Top 5 places where you can find Bureau de Change in Nigeria. All states in Nigeria have several Bureau de Change outlets. The list of these major outlets can be found on the Central Bank of Nigeria Bureau de Change website. These locations make up the places with the highest amount of Bureau de Change operators: Lagos Metropolis, Abuja Federal Capital Territory, Kaduna Metropolis, Kano Metropolis, Port Harcourt Metropolis. List of APCON Council offices: National President, National Vice President, National Treasurer, National Compliance Officer, North Central Zonal Chairman, Southwest Zonal Chairman, Northwest Zonal Chairman, Southeast Zonal Chairman, Northeast Zonal Chairman, South-South Zonal Chairman, 6 trustees representing the 6 geopolitical zones, ex officio, Executive Secretary of the Council.
As the president of the BDCs, not only has Dr. Aminu Gwadabe become the brand for the positively organized BDCs, he has become a credible voice for Forex matters in the country. And when the news of the suspension of Forex allocation by the CBN to its members, he was the first person to feel the pain.
I felt worried, thinking of the number of people that will now close their shop. So that have disturbed me a lot as the leader, even though it has not come with major shock. This is not the first time.
But it's not surprise because it has happened so many times in the last few years.
The regulator, we woke up one day and said, men have shut the window. It has happened in 2010, 2009, 2010. It has happened in 2014. It has happened in 2016. And it's happening in 2020. So we all know when there is dwindling oil prices and investors refusing to come into the country, then we run into a general foreign exchange crisis. So I think that is the one we saw such parameters, fundamentals happening in the market. And you know, our business model is such that is only dependence on the Central Bank of Nigeria. So that's why once the CBN sneezes, in fact, the whole Bureau de Change operators, we catch cold. So it is expected in that regard.
For Guadabe, even the financial crisis that led the CBN to take its action, the financial crisis is not new, and it's all about reforms.
When the CBN came in, it's all about reforms. In 1952, we have a financial crisis. By then, we were even having Naira and Kobo Bank. And then the CBN itself was established out of reform to manage a crisis. We have seen similar crises that brought a reform, which is known as Frontier Foreign Exchange Market. They also try to deal with reforms. So it's, when there are crises, it's also, you don't look at it and fall down and start crying. You look at what are the other side of it that you can explore as an opportunity, as a potential. So for us, we are proactive and that we read the market, we read the fundamentals, and we are preparing our house to ensure that our people did not stay long in not doing their business.
Painting the whole BDCs black is a major concern for the APCON president.
Worries is the generalization of the criminalization. You cannot take an entire sector that you are part of its existence. Do you understand? And now you criminalize them generally. Yes, there are some bad eggs among us, like I've said, but we believe that it's not enough to give a general gavel that will kill the business entirely. So it's time for us now all to see how we can go around.
With its sheer numerical size, Guadabe says the BDCs bring lots of value to the Nigerian economy.
The asset base of the 5,680 you are talking about is about 300 billion. Do we allow it to go toxic? The employment so far generated by this subsector is about 40,000. Does that go also wasteful? The most important, how about the expertise and capacity built over the years by this subsector? Goes under the rain? For the past 15 years, the Bureau de Change have played a very potent role in the management of foreign exchange stability. We did that in 2006 when the rate was about 160, and the Bureau de Change were called upon to see how they can close the gap.
Badamati Mohammed Murtala is APCON's treasurer and chairman, Capacity Building Committee for the association. But then it will interest you to know that professionals from diverse fields populate the BDCs association.
But how did you bring them in line with how to do business of Forex? and how to manage forex for the purpose of the public and Nigerian economy as a whole. So there must be a training that will make sure that all of us are in line with the current trend globally.
He says resource persons for their workshops are experts in specialized areas of the financial sector, and they are taken from such regulatory bodies as the CBN, among others.
We bring the regulators, especially the CBN, to train our members. You must be so sure that those from the CBN are those who are really involved in forex management and those who are involved in forex policy. So by the time they are imparting their knowledge to our operators, they will be imparting the right thing to ensure that the policies are achieved by them. And you will agree with me, if those who design a policy impart their knowledge of how the policy will be successful, definitely by the time they teach or train our member will ensure that these policies are effectively implemented.
Other regulatory agencies, which are equally sensitive and strategic, also train the BDCs to keep them on the right side of the law and their businesses.
Likewise, look at NFIU, Nigerian Financial Intelligence Units. We involve them too. We equally look for even area beyond forest trading. Some other occasion we involve tax authorities, because they must be responsible to the government to ensure that they pay their tax either to the Federal Inland Revenue Service or to the State Inland Revenue Service for wherever they reside. So those are the things that are imparted to them to ensure that the forest policies are achieved.
Besides capacity building, the training exercise is meant to achieve other goals too.
In terms of forex business and management, even though we have many professionals, you can see lawyers, engineers, accountants, economists, and so on and so forth. But how did you bring them in line with how to do business of forex and how to manage forex for the purpose of the public and Nigerian economy as a whole?
Taiwo Ebenezer is the chairman, Southwest chapter of APCON. He speaks on how he manages the association's largest and most active regional group.
We have been trying and managing them. Our people, they are law-abiding members. We talk to them. We have a platform, Telegram, WhatsApp platform, where we disseminate information to them. And we go around to also check them. And we try as much as possible to coordinate ourselves on every market day.
Contrary to popular perception that the Malam who sells dollar on the streets is a BDC, the Southwest chairman of APCON says no, that Malam is not a member of the association.
Regulation that made some BDC to have practicing license, just because government feel they should be able to regulate them. That is why they call them and issue them license. So the perspective of people outside there, seeing everybody trading in FX, they term them as bureau de change. It's not so. Okay. We have central bank license regulate operators, which are under my control in Southwest, for example, and those are the ones I have power to control, to regulate, to talk to, because they are licensed by central bank. So all those black marketers that were not licensed by central bank, I don't have control over them, but they are everywhere in the market. So people mistake them that anybody that is changing money is termed as bureau de change operators. We have licensed bureau de change operators, and we have parallel markets who have been in existence even before the licensed ones come on board.
In fact, according to Ebenezer, virtually all Nigerians are into bureau de change business.
Yeah, the parallel markets, they call them abokis.
Okay.
But if you see every Nigerians, they are bureau de change. Most Nigerians, they go to the market just to buy FX and keep and wait for when it goes up for them to sell. What do we call them? They are also bureau de change. But they are not licensed to practice bureau de change.
As a man on the ground, the APCON Southwest chairman says the new CBN policy is a welcome development.
As a regional chairman, the new policy is a welcome development. It's a way to regulate our sector. And if you get the MPC meeting, CBN only stops allocation to BDCs. It didn't revoke their license. Okay? By the time we look at what are the challenges of the BDC, what is the way forward, they may bring them back to the system that this is how we want you to operate.
Since the CBN formed the bulk of the resource person for APCON workshops, Ebenezer believes the CBN didn't have to hurry to take that decision it took.
So at that junction, it's somehow, I see it as they have spent a lot of resources sending their member to go around the country to train BDC. BDC is an arm of central bank, licensed to bridge the gap between the parallel market and the official rate. That's the role of bureau de change. So for them to have come out to train us as their baby, which means they observe that there are challenges in some areas they need to correct. Maybe the way we send our returns. So they are out from various departments which deals with bureau de change. And they trained over 5,000 bureau de change nationwide. Then after the training, CBN will have waited to see that this knowledge have impacted on my children. Let me see how they will practicalize it, whether they will be different from where they are coming from, whether they really understand where we are taking them to.
That was the Association of Bureau de Change Operators of Nigeria, APCON, for the full half hour. You have seen some major members of the executives, but as we go along, we will expose you to how the members conduct their businesses. Okay? Now, that is all we have time for on today's episode. So till we meet again to continue our discourse on matters arising on the Forex front of the Nigerian financial sector, I remain your Forex guide, Chris Taigbe. Have a great day.
Coronavirus still dey tell.
So you no go still follow us play again? Abeg, wetin be dis, Lara? Life don turn normal now.
But people still dey sick. Some dey even die for dis COVID matter.
Lara dey correct for the matter.
So na wetin we go do? Make we dey use soap dey take wash our hands for at least 20 seconds. As we dey wash am, make we dey sing the happy birthday song 2 times for our imaginary friends. When we dey outside with people, make we dey leave space between una sef at least 6 feet. We suppose dey wear face mask if we dey outside. And if person cough or sneeze, make dem dey bend their elbow or use tissue and throway am well. And abeg my padi, e better make una sit down for house if una no need comot.
But e dey tire person to dey stay for inside house every day. E no bam.
Kanayo, how you go feel if you catch the virus as you dey play for yard? Come give your papa, mama, your brothers and sisters dem.
You dey correct, Lara. You know what am?
make we form one squad, call am Operation Run Out Coronavirus. We go do all the preventive measures wey officials don put in place and encourage everybody make dem do the same thing.
Roger that.
Pictures are created in accordance with the creative vision of the photographer. The ability of a photographer to express perceptions and emotions in order to convey an impression connotes the art of photography. Most photographic works show aesthetic qualities. Some create an illusion, while some abstract photos may paint a deeper meaning from the ordinary. All this depicts the creativity of this artistry. In the early decades of the 19th century, photography captured more detail and information than the traditional methods of replication, like painting and sculpture. Today, photography still remains a unique art form that demands creative thinking from the photographer. We all love taking pictures, but there's a whole lot that goes into making our pictures look flawless. In this artistry, every detail counts.
I'd usually like to start with one light and then improve my lighting style up to the point when I get the kind of picture I want to shoot. So I'll start with this. This is always called the main light, and I'm going to start the main light on camera right. Okay, fine. So the next thing I need to do now is to position her. I like you to sit down, look towards this light. You can put one foot up, one foot down, make yourself relax. Come to the edge of the stool. Good. Fine. Are you relaxed enough? All right, so just smile, and let's see how this goes. Fantastic. So with every shot I take, I begin to readjust my camera till I achieve what I want to see. So right now, there's too much lighting coming on her face. So I'm going to have to work on my lighting style and try it again. And, well, it looks much better this time around. This is one light setup. And when I took the first light, there was so much light, I had to adjust my settings. And she looks more like this now.
New technological trends in digital photography have opened a new direction in full-spectrum photography, where careful filtering choices across the ultraviolet lead to new artistic visions. This art entails careful staging and lighting of the picture.
I'm going to make it very simple, so I'm going to just add one more light, and then I'm done. This light I'm adding is called a hair light or a rim light. It allows the picture to have a form. And so I can see her in a beautiful place. Beautiful. You see the picture has changed again. You notice there's a rim light now that has created a form. When you look at the first one, it was bare. And the second one has some form of rim between it. And then from here, we go into post-production and print. This is the picture, and it comes in two formats. It comes as a JPEG, which is a camera processed option, and it comes as a RAW version, which is the original version with the camera shot the picture. So I'm going to edit this in RAW right now. So I start with this. Good, so the picture is out now, and I start to work on it. Luckily, she has a very fresh face, which is an advantage. So I may not do as much. I just have to work on the colors of her dress, her lips, make her hair look beautiful. I'm going to paint her up in lights and shadows now. I'm putting a bit of darkness to her face.
The stages of photograph has evolved over the years. In amateur processing, the film is removed from the camera and wound onto a reel in a dark room. But technology has taken a new dimension in this artistry.
Technology has overtaken all of that now. Makes it easier for a lot of people, makes it more accessible for a lot of people. Back in the days, they had a few labs that did darkroom cleaning, washing as it was known in the day. But today we have a download, edit, upload, and print very, very quickly. And then you can see how far we have gone in the last few minutes. So this is the original picture. And then this is the Photoshop picture. The colors have changed. She has a red look initially. Now it's looking more like her skin tone. The dress is bluer, which is making more. And then you see our hairline. I've defined our hairline more. And then you see these little imperfections we had initially have been removed to give us a, so to speak, final finish. We're good to print. I'm viewing the image right now, and I'm going to send to this little printer here, which does my emergency prints. Beautiful. And she's ready to go.
After so much skill and time spent, the end result is indeed worth it. Or what do you think?
This is the network service of the NTA.
Issue of identity and how it became one of the central themes in contemporary African philosophy and literature is a historic one. The question is not whether Africans are Africans. It's rather whether Africans are what they should be. For people do not usually ask if they are what they should be as a people, a country, or a continent. This is African Literature on the NTA, Africa's largest television network. I am Nene Basi. You're welcome. This edition will take a critical look at who we are as Africans.
Culture is what makes people distinct from one another. This indicates that there can be no people without a culture. Culture in Africa is varied and manifold, consisting of various tribes, each having their own unique characteristics. African culture is expressed in arts and crafts, clothing, cuisine, music, and languages. Even though African cultures are widely diverse, having many similarities in terms of the morals they hold, the love and esteem for their culture, as well as the strong respect they hold for the aged and their leaders, cannot be overemphasized. Africa has been influenced by many continents. This is portrayed in the willingness of Africans to adapt to the ever-changing modern world rather than staying rooted to their values. The Western culture first denied the African traditional culture. During colonialism in Africa, Europeans exhibited attitudes of superiority. The French only accept an African as French if that person gave up African culture and adopted the French way of life, knowledge of the Portuguese language and culture, and abandoning traditional African ways define one as civilized. Africans who left were not only required to deny option but a necessity for survival and to regain our sanctity. It is through such reclaiming of our Africanness that we can develop a consciousness of who we are as a people. The culture of Africa can only be shaped by accepting and mending the social-cultural present. African culture provides an ethics we must honor in both thought and practice. This means a people of self-understanding as well as self-presentation through thought and practice. African self-believing is pivotal for African liberation from the impact of colonialism. There should be revival and promotion of traditional African cultural values. Africans should be proud to embrace their culture without feeling inferior to any other race. The sum total of all aspects of life that can be used to give African uniqueness in the universe is the African identity. African identity is therefore a bold attempt at self-assertion, self-reassurance, as well as the affirmation of the humanity of Africans.
The way to redeem one's roots is not to run from it, but to understand it and use it as a foundation to grow.
African poetry is based on the indigenous African philosophy, art, cultural identity, theology, roots of nature, and thought distinct from the world. African literary writers, on account of these factors, focus on really crucial issues arising from the banks of Africa, like the freedom struggle, corruption, oppression of women, leadership, famine, disease, migration, and many more. They also emphasize on the beauty of the African woman and the importance of the African religious beliefs. Christopher Okibo, an African poet brought up by an African family, had a father who was a leader at a Catholic school and a grandfather that served as a shrine priest of the river goddess known as Idoto. In his poem, The Passage, Okibo considers the intrapersonal negotiation of a meaningful sense of self-identity.
After years of imbibing Western concepts and intellectualism, Chris returned back to his village and almost like a chief priest, began a new encounter with his community goddess, the river Idoto. I'll read it for you. The poem is called The Passage. And Chris writes here, before you, Mother Idoto, naked I stand. Before your watery presence, a prodigal, leaning on an oil beam, lost in your legend. Under your power, wait I on barefoot. Watchman for the watchword at heaven's gate. Out of the depth, my cry, give ear and hearken. So it's almost like a prayer. We don't forget that Chris had basic Catholic upbringing and so understood the normal rhythms and ritual of Christian prayer. But in this return to Mother Idoto, in this return to his community, he engages his tradition. He engages his tradition with a view to reconcile who he is with what his customary conditions actually has to offer. Not many people are able to do this, but Chris is able to come back for if you like, a reconciliation of himself after so much sojourn, after so much training, after so much Western exposure to his traditional background.
Strong identification with one's tradition, life as a sojourn, and reconciliation with our roots are some of the themes highlighted in the poem.
First of all, the strong identification with one's background, one's tradition, so that it doesn't matter whether you are governor, president, or whether you're a professor in Columbia University, wherever you are, it identifies, you must have a way of identifying with who you are, particularly with your tradition. You know, thankfully for me, in a few weeks' time this year, I will be participating in a huge ceremony in my village called Izah. So it is, for me, a theme, passage for me describes, or rather prescribes the requirement for us to identify with who we are as Africans and make sure that no matter what training and exposure and attainments we make anywhere in the world, we should still be able to reconcile ourselves with that authenticity as Africans. Chris believes that life can be a sojourn. You can travel, experience all, whatever else we experience are the things that we should, none of them should carry us away. Rather, we should see how those experiences and knowledge are integrated to better our lot. You see, Chris is very optimistic, very hopeful that whatever training he has received in life, that here, before the watery presence of Mother Idoto, that he's here to receive another, if you like, mystical experience, that will help him organize himself and organize his world.
Okigbo wrote in clear and direct language.
Well, his language is both direct and clear. In some places, they may become a bit obscure, but there's a rhythmic pattern that, as you read it, you flow with his thoughts. You flow with you have a better meaning out of it. But when you sit back to take them piecemeal, you may be stuck at a point, but you have to follow the rhythm of his poetry to make a better, deeper meaning out of it. Chris is a very profound person. His sense of mental rigor also shows in his poetry.
His craft in handling poetic devices and the deployment of his high sense of the use of ellipses is evident in the piece.
We may not have that advantage these days, but those of them who trained in Western classics were equipped with certain levels of technique in the handling of poetry. There are so many devices of poetry, not just alliteration. They were trained in the utilization of the iambic. Not many can do that today. So his training and background gave him a better, made him much more skilled in the handling of his poetic devices. He deploys in some places the sense of ellipses. He writes as if he wants to go further, but he stops. But still, no meaning is lost. Because as I said, these rhythmic patterns eventually convey the full understanding to the reader.
Lessons to be drawn from the poem, the passage, include that communication with the spirit realm is unavoidable. Realization of what makes Africans is key among other lessons.
He wrote and presented himself in the center of his worldview, participating, not necessarily as a communicant, but as a chief priest in a worship session. So the lesson here is that Chris was communicating to us, to the world, to see that there are values, there are opinions that we should listen to and apply to our lives. He was legislating, not in the terms of an elected official of the National Assembly, but espousing world visions that it would take, what it would take you 20 years to understand. Chris was saying them now. Those were visions that society should catch on and utilize in public policy, in whatever new dimensions of life we want to get into. That's one major lesson that I know that Chris will keep. But you see, as I said, he was a man of very heavy passion. So when in the circumstances of the civil turbulence of the 60s, when it rose to a particular point, he committed himself to the Biafran cause, and in the process lost his life. So at 35, we lost a gen, and we lost a major voice in legislating what our world should constitute. I want to emphasize the fact that in Okibo's poetry is the superior authentication and the essence of all of us as brothers, as Africans. Some time ago there was a mild problem in South Africa, and a xenophobic issue, and South Africans were rising against other blacks, Nigerians inclusive, and one of their very outstanding politicians got up to say that it addresses people, and they said they were being foolish because all Africans are brothers. Your enemy is not the next African who you claim has taken the jobs or denied you of one opportunity or the other. Your enemies are the European and all of the foreign dominations and imperialist forces operating, utilizing our own people to create unnecessary hardship for us. And that is the way it is. So I draw a lesson from here that what unites us, what makes us Africans in a universal sense is a particular traditional essence which is inalienable, that can never be taken away from us. It is there, and therefore cannot accept. It is no longer justifiable for an African, no matter how well positioned, to mistreat the other African.
Okibo is seen as a determined and revolutionary writer who died at 35 but left an impact.
We must never belittle his impact. Not at all. In those small output, Chris is probably the most anthologized poet in Nigeria. And that itself restates his importance. He had a message, and he had a passion and a commitment to that message. I think that if he lived long enough, he would have shaken the world. Yes, of course. His contemporaries acknowledge him every time, from Achebe to Unishoyinka to our sage who recently lost J.P. Clark. They acknowledge Chris and restate the importance poetry, of his direction. You could have said that Chris was a revolutionary. The daughter for Chris, she too is an excellent artist, architect in traversing the world, with her art. So we lost Chris, but we still have a piece of him doing great things in the creative world.
Kibu, though had a short time with us, his visionary drive lives on. Arts composition comes up next. Need to call to memory what had happened in the past helps us to better understand what is happening now. Our next segment will examine that.
Flashback is a combination of the words flash and back. The first records of the use of flashback as a term for a narrative tool came from the early 1900s. Flashback, sometimes called analepsis, is an interjected scene that takes the narrative back in time from the current point in the story. It is a literary or cinematic device which provides some background information on events, situation, or a character's past that otherwise the reader do not know. It recounts events that happened before the story's primary sequence of events to fill in the crucial backstory. Types of flashback: sickening awareness, body memories, reliving the abuse, flashes, and montage. Importance of flashback: flashbacks are used to tie together a theme. When authors employ flashback as a literary device, they break with the traditional chronological storytelling narrative. Therefore, when the flashback is employed, it brings information that had been produced previously. There will be new details and facts that may help tie the events taking place as part of the plot. Flashback can be used in terms of characterization, plot development, and conflict resolution. For example, a flashback can reveal why some key events in the story has happened or why the two characters struggle to get along with each other.
Goes a long way in helping us understand the plot of a literary piece. African wise saying, as usual, is next, as we urge you to keep being your brother's keeper and remain proud of who you are, an African.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Agebenu Omoha is a graduate of Benue State Polytechnic, Ubokolo, from the Department of Graphic Art. He's very passionate about his work and has made it a point of duty to add value to young and aspiring artists. He goes from school to school to teach different aspects of art expression.
This batik is being produced. The batik you see people wear, like the Yorubas and the Cameroonians wear most of the time, how they produce them. This is the processes on how they go about it. Like what you can see here are the materials. This is the one we melted. The reason why we melt this one is because there are some places you don't want a dye to absorb on the fabric. So you apply the wax on the fabric to make sure that the dye don't penetrate that place. That is the reason why we use the candle wax. As for the rest, they go together, but the candle wax stands alone. And for the brush you are seeing here, you can use the brush to use in making design on the fabric. I'll spray the fabric and then we'll begin to apply the candle wax on the fabric. To dry for about 5 minutes, and then we'll prepare the dye stuff before we can dye it. Now this is the warm water that we're going to mix our dye chemicals in. Before dyeing, you don't have to allow the water to boil very well, because if it boils and it's very hot, when you dip this fabric in it, to melt the wax away. And then these are the dye stuff. We have two colors, one color, they are both green. So you pour everything in the water. Mix everything in the water. So the next thing you do now is to soak the fabric in the dye stuff that's already prepared. We are now soaking it. You can see the white area. That's the area of the candle wax. The candle did not allow the dye stuff to penetrate. So rinse it in this normal water. The reason why I'm going to rinse it is because of the caustic soda. If you don't rinse it, that caustic soda, if you use it and sew any cloth and then you put it on when the sun becomes very high, you begin to itch your body. So that is the reason why I'm going to rinse it in this normal water.
Hello and welcome to the News at 10 on NTA News 24. We are reaching you live from the nation's capital, Abuja. I am Dennis Adegunloye. Let's begin with the headlines.
Yes. Designed for all contracts, programs, projects, etc. shall be in English language before signing such contract.
President Muhammadu Buhari inaugurates Presidential Monitoring and Evaluation Council on Executive Order 5. House passes 2022 appropriations bill for second reading as Senate promises diligent budget scrutiny. Federal government assures of vaccine availability and decries vaccine mandatory stance.
Does not be concerned about the availability of vaccines because the supply chain has been analyzed.
Plus, Minister of Works and Housing meets stakeholders to fashion out ways to avoid road congestion and crashes during Ember Month travels. All right, let's begin at the State House, where the federal government has promised to do whatever it takes within the ambit of the law towards ensuring full implementation of Executive Order Number 5, which is aimed at creating wealth, strengthening the nation's economy, reducing poverty, and providing job opportunities. President Muhammadu Buhari made the promise while inaugurating the Presidential Monitoring and Evaluation Council in respect of the Executive Order. He directed MDAs to henceforth give priority to indigenous professionals in the planning, designing and execution of national projects. State House correspondent Adam Sambo reports.
The Executive Order 5 was signed by President Muhammadu Buhari in 2015 as an instrument to midwife a new beginning towards expanding Nigeria's indigenous capacity as well as transforming the nation's economy from resource-based to knowledge-based and innovation-driven.
The Presidential Executive Order Number 5, in essence, is placing our manufacturers, our entrepreneurs, our professionals at the very center of economic activity.
President Muhammadu Buhari, who is to chair the Monitoring and Evaluation Council, directed that henceforth consideration shall only be given to foreigners in the execution of national projects when appropriate authority certifies that such expertise is not available in Nigeria.
The federal government shall introduce margin of reference in national competitive bidding in contracts, in the evaluation of tenders from indigenous suppliers of goods manufactured locally over foreign goods. All MDAs shall ensure that for all consultancy contracts awarded to foreign companies, engineering drawings, necessary calculations, design, etc., are made available to their corresponding Nigerian partners towards local production of needed materials. Designs for all contracts, programs, projects, etc., shall be in English language before signing such contracts.
Ministries, departments, and agencies have also been ordered to ensure that all professionals practicing in Nigeria are duly registered with appropriate regulatory bodies, while suppliers and contractors under national competitive bidding process shall disclose available local materials needed for the execution of the projects.
The Ministry of Interior shall ensure that the expatriate quota for projects, contracts, and programs are granted according to the provisions of the Immigration Act and other relevant laws. This will apply where qualifications and competence of Nigerian nationals are not available or cannot be ascertained, which shall be contingent on training such a number of persons as may be required for the execution of the contract or project.
The Federal Ministries of Science, Technology and Innovation, as well as that of Justice, are under instruction to facilitate the early passage of the bill for the Executive Order 5 at the National Assembly.
I must say this is perhaps the best thing that has happened to the manufacturing sector of Nigeria ever. I believe that we are now set to create the kind of economy that Nigeria deserves and has always had the capacity to achieve. And we have everything. We have the market. We have the resources. We have indeed the talent to be able to do it. I'm so delighted that President Muhammadu Buhari has now exerted the political will to back up the growth of our industries.
The Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, where the Secretariat of the Council is domiciled, will be supported by the Strategy Implementation Task Office to facilitate the administration, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of provisions of the Executive Order Number 5. From the State House, Adamu Sambo, NTA News.
In the meantime, Nigeria has expressed formal appreciation to the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, for the assistance being rendered to the country in various ways, especially in stabilizing the northeast. The agency received the nation's accolades from President Muhammadu Buhari while he hosted the head of its Regional Bureau for Africa, Ahuna Isiakunwa. State House correspondent again, Adam Samba reports.
Visiting the State House after an assessment tour of the Northeast, the head of the UNDP Regional Bureau for Africa, Nigerian-born Ahuna Isiakunwa, described as delightful the incredible progress being made in helping people restore their livelihoods. She noted with satisfaction that teachers and students are now back in schools, police stations being rebuilt, and healthcare centers being reconstructed.
It was incredible, Mr. President, to see the hope restored in these communities and the teeming number of people who have returned. And it really gave us courage and hope that we could continue to invest in such a way that we empty out the IDP camps.
The UNDP Regional Bureau Head for Africa thanked Nigeria for the opportunity given the UN agency to play a role as well as the space to address COVID-19 through the Basket Fund as well as tap into Nigerian youth dynamism.
I want to say that we really congratulate you for launching the Jubilee program, Mr. President, because we see it as an example for the rest of the world, how we can engage our youth and give them a chance to prosper through a program like this. My ministry looks forward to building on more stronger partnerships with UNDP and all other UN agencies in alleviating poverty as we work towards achieving Mr. President's vision of uplifting 100 million Nigerians out of poverty by the year 2030.
President Muhammadu Buhari said the federal government will continue doing its best to rehabilitate IDPs and return them to their ancestral homes, saying, however, that with meager resources, assistance from bodies like the UNDP comes handy.
And I assure you that we appreciate your contribution in so many ways, and we are doing our best to stabilize the situation in North West and North Central, and we have to make sure that we keep on reminding our people to continue to build the country.
He said as a developing nation, Nigeria can't hop, step and jump, but must pass through the process of development. President Buhari noted that Ezia Kunwa, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala of the World Trade Organization, and Amina Mohammed of the United Nations are some of the women doing Nigeria proud internationally. From the State House, Adamu Sambo, NTA News.
In another development, the federal government is urging insurance companies in Nigeria to improve efficiency and honor claims in good time to policy holders. President Muhammadu Buhari made the plea while granting audience to members of the Governing Council of the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria who paid him a courtesy visit. Here again is State House correspondent Adam Sambo.
The visit by the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria to the State House was to formally confer on President Muhammadu Buhari its highest award, the Grand Patron of the Institute, in appreciation of his sustained interest in the insurance sector. President Buhari commended the leadership of the Institute for bringing some sanity into the Nigerian insurance industry, as well as giving more visibility to the importance of the industry in national development.
As you continue in your work of contributing to national development, I want to urge you to further increase the number of Nigerians and businesses that would benefit from and be benefited by the insurance industry. As you are well aware, you need to dispel misconceptions about the insurance industry presently held by a good number of Nigerians, especially as it relates to claims and need for insurance.
While appreciating the $500 million support by the insurance industry in the fight against COVID-19, the president promised to sustain collaborative efforts at ensuring that the country maximizes its contribution to socio-economic growth.
It is my commitment to leave a sustainable growth and development legacy by the end of this administration. I therefore want to count on your continuous support to join our hands and hearts together to create the Nigeria we want.
The president of the Institute, Muftau Oyegunle, lauded the Buhari administration's sustained efforts at eliminating poverty in the country through laudable initiatives such as the National Social Investment Programs. The programs and many others, he said, have impacted Nigerians, assuring that the inclusion of insurance in the policy formulation of the great initiatives will guarantee sustainability.
We also want to assure you that the Institute and indeed the Nigerian insurance industry will continue to support your administration.
The Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria was led to the State House by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa. From the State House, Adamu Sambo, NTA News.
The challenge of the dwindling economy in states has spurred many of them to start looking inwards to harness their natural and human resources. At the Ekiti State Economic Development and Investment Summit, tagged Fountain Summit 2021, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo reiterated the need for state governments to make their environments attractive to local and foreign investors in order to generate resources and meet the needs of their people. State House correspondent Jide Onifade reports.
State police.
On stage are Governors Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos, Godwin Obaseki of Edo, and Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna. These are some of the states which economic status is on the increase and with experiences arising from the decisions taken by their administrations. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo says this must be the aspiration of all the states and considers the theme of the summit, investment attractiveness and economic development, lessons to subnationals, as important.
So the attractiveness of a state to commerce is a radical issue. The very lives and livelihoods of the people within the borders of the state, whether the people will live prosperous and happy lives, be educated, have access to affordable medical care, depends on it.
Vice President Osinbajo, who is guest speaker at the summit, says Ekiti State has to deepen its fountain of knowledge to transform the state to fountain of knowledge economy.
Is that there has to be a collective change of mind, a collective change of mindset, thinking differently. There is a need for a subnational to think like a sovereign state. You have a bigger GDP and even more revenues than many nations.
Our solution to reduce the dependence of Ekiti State on federally distributed revenues is to enable private enterprise by making the state an attractive destination for investors.
Well, the Vice President, before leaving Ekiti State, also inaugurated this civic and convention center. It's a huge building, and so are the problems confronting the state, but we're coming together of people of like minds, while solutions may be on hand. In Advocacy, Jide Onifade, NTA News.
You're watching the news at 10 on NTA News 24. Stay with us, we'll have more reports after this break.
We should not be concerned about the availability of vaccines because the supply chain has been analyzed.
Advertising your goods and services on the right channel gives you an edge over your competitors. NTA News 24 has all the platforms for your target audience. The station is on DSTV channel 419, GoTV channel 46, StarTimes channel 101, and Free TV channel 703. With our digital format and wide range, we can reach your customers in next to no time. We are eager to promote your business, goods, and services. So, partner with us for a very rewarding business experience. For more information, please call or visit our office at NTA Headquarters, Area 11, Garki, Abuja. NTA News 24. News and more news.
Thanks for remaining with us. Now let's shift focus to the National Assembly. The Senate Committee on Appropriations says the Senate's resolve to give accelerated consideration to the 2022 Appropriations Bill will not deter it from carrying out due diligence in the scrutiny of the money bill. Chairman of the committee, Senator Barau Jibrin, stated this after a closed-door meeting with members of the committee. He concurred with the leadership of the National Assembly that the 2022 budget will be passed before the end of December this year, but will receive adequate scrutiny.
If you expect that we will do better because we are getting more experience year in, year out, so probably we are going to improve on what we have done last in terms of diligence that has been applied to the processing of our appropriation bills since the inception of democracy in 1999 to date. We are determined as ever to make sure that we get everything done before December, and hopefully the budget will be assented to, the bill will be assented to by Mr. President before the December, so that we can maintain the budget cycle that run from January to December, which started at the inception of the second term of this administration.
The budget defense exercise by ministries, departments and agencies of governments before the various standing committees of the Senate will start on Monday next week. Meanwhile, the House of Representatives has passed for second reading the 2022 Appropriations Bill. This has paved the way for the commencement of intense engagements between the standing committees and ministries, departments and agencies of government for the budget defense exercise. National Assembly correspondent Lami Ali reports.
Before the second reading of the bill, House members during debate on the proposed spending for 2022 said MDAs must be taxed to use release funds for the purpose meant, as that is the only way to ensure that government policies make desired impact.
If they do not do that, we are going to consider adjustment to the budget in such a way that our resolution will be considered before passing to Mr.
Corruption is one of the areas that we have been talking about. And again, when we look at the budget, we have not given the anti-corruption agencies an adequate budget.
Some lawmakers pointed to areas of concern that should be attended to.
This particular budget should incorporate the impact of climate change, on our environment, the environmental degradation that is happening, the desertification that is happening in the north, the erosions that is happening around the southeast.
We should scrutinize the deduction being made by NTA.
We should jack up the benchmark to 65 and reduce the borrowing.
I also see that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is underfunded. Allocation of 85 billion with today's exchange rate is only about $147 million.
All the various contributions that have come in to strengthen the budget will be taken into consideration as we move into the committee system.
The Appropriations Committee immediately swung into action as it held its first meeting.
In our timetable, we are proposing to lay the budget by 14th of December.
Thursday's plenary featured the passing of amendment bills for the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, Bauchi, the Danfodio University, Sokoto, and the University of Maiduguri, while the bill to establish Federal University of Education, Pangshin Plateau State, sponsored by Yusuf Gagdi, was passed. The House also passed 4 bills seeking the establishment of development commissions for the Southeast, Southwest, Northwest, and North Central Nigeria. Meanwhile, the House has resolved to investigate the non-takeoff of the e-customs modernization project, of which the Central Bank of Nigeria is a major party, as moved by Leke Abejide. House members, in response to the prayers of Abubakar Maki, called for urgent response by authorities to arrest malaria infestation in parts of Jigawa State.
The Ministry of Health and other health-related agencies take immediate steps in order to protect the lives of the good people of Maramuduri Kaugama Federal Constituency in Jigawa State from further death as a result of the malaria infestation.
The House has adjourned plenary to 9th of November 2021 to carry out the budget defense exercise. From the National Assembly, Lami Ali, NTA News.
And towards tackling environmental challenges confronting Nigeria, the House of Representatives is giving assurance of the National Assembly to support climate-friendly related legislations. This is the message of the Speaker, House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, to a forum of legislators' organizations for a balanced environment. Mobolaji Mobribini has the report.
Nigeria has a tropical climate with distinct wet and dry seasons. It is characterized by natural environmental hazards and human activities that have continued to contribute to issues of environmental degradation. It is against this backdrop that the Global Legislators Organization for a Balanced Environment are intensifying legislation capable of addressing the impact of climate change.
In our quest to mitigate and adapt to the impacts of climate change through is reducing emissions from forest degradation and deforestation. We are talking about RED now, RED Plus, and the Great Green Wall Initiative programs.
The UK stands steadfast with Nigeria on its efforts to tackle climate change and indeed all the other sustainable development goals.
Speaker, House of Representatives, in a message as the event, expressed optimism that the initiative will serve as a tool for sustainable development in Nigeria.
It takes somebody who is in love of nature, not thinking of what will enter his pocket,
to venture into this initiative. And I commend you and your group for this wonderful assignment that you have embarked upon. And let me clearly tell you that you have the backing of the House.
Stakeholders believe that with clear legal framework on climate and environmental issues, collective approach will be better achieved. From the National Assembly, Mobolaji, Moribiri, NTA News.
Now, Nigeria today joins the rest of the world in marking Global Hand Washing Day. The day set aside since 2008 is to press home the significance of washing hands with soap and water to prevent diseases. The 2021 Global Hand Washing Day is with the theme, "Our future is at hand, let's move forward together." Now we have in the studio a public environment health practitioner and convener of female professionals. She's also currently the CEO Wash Matter Initiatives. We have Dr. Boluwaji Onabulu in the studio. You're very welcome to NTA News 24 studios.
Thank you very much.
All right, the message of global hand washing is truly in everyone's hands, literally speaking. What are your thoughts on the significance of this day and the people's attitude towards it over the years?
Well, it's very, very important to actually take a day to focus attention on what we would call the orphan amongst the three critical aspects of prevention of communicable disease: water supply, sanitation, and hand hygiene. Oftentimes, people, whether at the urban or in the rural areas, they do not understand the critical importance of this. And you would note that the cholera epidemic, the COVID-19 pandemic actually gives a different meaning to your future is at hand, because it makes a major difference in terms of life or death.
All right, the global advocacy for hand washing began long before the outbreak of COVID-19. We all recall the Ebola outbreak a while back. How heavy is the burden on governments and leadership to push for more awareness and keep up with the hand washing message across the world?
Yes, the hand washing day, the Global Hand Washing Day, is just a day. It's important. However, what happens for the rest of the 364 days? Government is leading, however, they cannot do it alone, which is why the call this time is let's move forward together. In terms of statistics, you would find that Nigeria actually has moved backwards in terms of having access to basic hygiene. We are just at about 16%. Therefore, there is the onus on government to look at other ways to ensure that Global Hand Washing Day is not just a day of demonstration and talk, but a day of committed action where every year the sector comes back together and reviews how far they have gone in terms of commitments made on this particular day.
All right, I would like to talk more on this issue, but unfortunately our time is up. But many thanks to you, Dr. Boluwaji Onabulu, for giving us your insight and perspectives on Global Hand Washing Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
All right, you're still on to the news at 10 on NTA News 24. Stay with us, more reports after this break.
NTA, you can't beat the reach.
is the network service of the NTA.
Information and communication technology has forced a lifestyle change for man and continues to evolve in ways that make true the prediction by Canadian professor Marshall McLuhan, who forecasted the internet age and how the world will become a global village. Today, the world is connected in many ways, and access to information about almost anything is just a click away, and the barriers to socializing shattered globally. Thanks to the World Wide Web and its various media of communication. Thanks for tuning in to this edition of Deadline 360. I am Omotola Omojala. Welcome. Have you ever imagined life without social media? So many thoughts in your head in that split second. Well, our ICT correspondent Joseph Johnson sought to know whether or not it is a welcome imagination. Let's hear from him.
Social media has comparatively taken over the larger part of human activities, from business to everyday relations across the world. The miles and gaps that impinge human relations as well as information sharing have been significantly closed by these cloud means of communication, impacting almost all the sectors of life, and of course, having a strong influence on global economy.
Today, your personal messages in seconds can reach anyone across the globe as long as you have an internet connection. The means for doing so are numerous. The social media is not just called the new media because of its ability to close time and space, but also because of how the various applications have since outpaced radio messages, letter writing, and a few who use landlines to communicate. While many moved with the new wave of information and communication change, some, like Dara Ngaribu, are very traditional. Dara considers the social media life a little too overwhelming.
Basically, I feel if I can make a phone call, send a text message, do my mobile transfers, I think I'm fine.
I meet Francis, who says he can't imagine a world without social media. For him, it's all that matters.
This kind of person, if I'm not doing anything, I go online. Instagram, I start watching food videos. That's me learning. I'm this kind of person, I go online, I start watching people voice, vocal trainings. That's me learning. I'm this kind of person, if I'm bored, entertainment. The things you see, skits. That's social media.
Though lots of people spend most of their time on social media, some say sometimes they find themselves needing a break from it. But what happens if that break lingers a little too long? Or what if social media ceases to exist?
I do not long for us to go back. I would not want to see us go back to the time before social media came into existence.
Can't actually cope without social media. It has done a lot of good in my life.
Clearly, it is different strokes for different folks. But the recent shutdown of Facebook, WhatsApp and Instagram seemed to have attracted global attention, bringing to the fore the need to fast-track indigenous applications, as experts also caution against falling prey to cyber predators.
Change is a constant in social media, and you and I must always be ready for anything that may go viral or even fail. We must never feel unduly trapped, as there are always alternatives to Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram and Oculus are no exception to this. Though they may have the advantage of scale, and really that is size. But that said, we must also encourage indigenously developed alternatives. As Africans, we must spread our activities, especially emergency services, across multiple platforms to ensure that we do not have the technical or institutional single points of failure as we've seen in this particular case.
Indeed, the impact of social media on daily activities is enormous, and as technology continues to gain more acceptance among people by the day, it does seem like the evolution of social media hasn't reached its peak and may never will, as users may soon have to turn their attention to a new product, or should I say, a new kid in the block. And Omotola, hopefully, a Nigerian would emerge soon. Joseph Johnson for Dateline 360.
I agree with you, Joseph, and we will continue to look to you for more information about who the new kid, in your words, will likely be. To say that the 6-hour shutdown of Facebook and her sister apps disrupted activities around the globe is an understatement, and that inspired some thought-provoking questions. Tekla Wilkie joined the league of those who questioned the influence and impact of these apps on daily living. Here are our findings.
October 4 was supposed to be just another regular day. People went about their daily businesses and all seemed normal until catastrophe struck. Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram all went dark for what seemed like a lifetime. For some, the lockout was a sharp reminder of the COVID-19 lockdown. Communication was on hold. Families were left in the cold. Businesses froze. The disruption was indeed a reality check for business owners and a clear indication of the number of businesses that rest on the tripod of Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram. Even the CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, was not spared, as he reportedly lost about $6 billion in hours. The incident raised fundamental question of how an app giant that houses over 3.5 billion users globally could suddenly go down. I could almost hear subscribers who were stranded and vulnerable in the rain humming Lady Gaga's song Bad Romance. The influence of these apps on daily lives is unquestionable. However, the outage was a moment of reckoning for the global community.
If Mr. Zuckerberg himself decided to do something naughty, we will all be in trouble. Or if somebody found a way to hurt Mr. Zuckerberg, we will all be collateral damage.
Founded in February 2004 in the United States, Facebook is a $1 trillion company with about 2.8 billion users, which consists of 60% of all connected internet users on Earth. The CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, went on to acquire WhatsApp with a 2 billion monthly active users and Instagram, which boasts of over 1 billion users globally. This business move makes Zuckerberg the owner of the world's largest social network sites.
Over-reliance on global platforms should prod us to begin to ask questions about why, at this point in time, we can't begin to have a Nigerian alternative.
Interestingly, the seductive and addictive nature of these platforms are not only enticing to subscribers, but lure them into entrusting sensitive information and data in the care of this tech giant.
People would rather share that what they're going through with people online that don't know them, other than people that they live with on an everyday basis.
While these apps tick the box as the vehicle on which most people bond with family and friends across the globe, there are issues the app is here to address. The emotional impact tops the list, as some users have had their world reduced to fiction driven by the imagination. The result is an exaggerated lifestyle built on falsehood. Sadly, this has sent some impressionable minds down a slippery slope, with many hanging by a thread.
The most vulnerable in this regard are the young people, particularly the very young people. And that's why I think as much as possible, very young people, very young teenagers should be protected from technology.
There is more. The disinformation and misinformation has turned the wheel of many lives in different directions. There is also the case of a whistleblower with revelations about how Facebook is prioritizing profit over safety. This has prompted a wake-up call that has seen regulators and stakeholders taking quick steps from the bedroom to the boardroom. From all indications, the issues on the table are beyond a slap on the wrist, and stakeholders are not treating it with kid gloves.
We need to also look into how do we break these things down so that one person, one company, one organization does not have so much power as to just cause so much disorientation in like the entire world.
But whether the outcome will guarantee the safety of the end user and advance the interests of public good, only time will tell.
Indeed, the entire world felt the effect of the 6-hour shutdown of the popular apps. Before the Facebook brouhaha, however, a couple of states in the northern part of the country had to shut down internet for weeks, and some still are without the pleasure of internet or the social media. Among them is Zamfara, where Jamilu Ibrahim brings us expert justification for the internet blackout and how it is impacting particularly education and businesses in the state.
The telecommunication networks, including the internet services, have been shut down in Zamfara State since on 3rd September 2021 as part of new strategies to stem the tide of the armed bandits and their collaborators who have been terrorizing the state over the years. Although the network services have been recently restored in the state capital Gusau, the shutdown is still enforced in the other 13 local government areas of the state.
The internet services are being used to transfer funds to the bandits. They are also being used to communicate through WhatsApp, through Facebook, through other social or platform of the network. So this is why we deemed it very necessary to shut down the internet services.
Despite the cogent reasons advanced by the authorities for shutting down the internet services in Zamfara State, the action seems to have also affected negatively some important areas, including the education sector.
I don't have access to my materials. Even my study center, I can't go.
Before, we traveled to Zaria, Kano to access network, but now we travel from Shankafi to Ugusau to access network, despite the risks.
The TB youths and women in Zamfara State seem to be the most affected by the internet blackout, as most of them are engaged in network-based businesses and have established a strong presence on the social media platforms, which serve as their major sources of information, especially about the labor market.
We're not able to communicate with our business partner that are outside Zamfara. So, and to the extent that some people had to relocate because it really is affecting them personally and it's actually affecting their businesses.
There are many job opportunities through internet which our youth used to apply before shutting down of the network. But as of now, we don't have access to that.
Now, what is the alternative channel of communication available for the affected persons?
Sincerely speaking, it's very difficult to communicate because the means of communication is that internet. And since it has been shut down, how will you communicate? We have gone back to the analog era.
The alternative means of communication is through writing letter and taking it to the motor park for them to take it to the place where you want that message to be delivered.
Zamfara State government says it is looking into the possibility of extending the internet access to some other local government areas of the state for essential services.
We are going to collaborate with the security personnel in those particular areas, in those local governments, so that they can work in synergy with them. Maybe we can give them a time frame, maybe 2 or 3 hours per day. After that, then they will cut down the internet accessibility in those areas.
Despite the negative impact of the internet shutdown on the socio-economic fortunes of Zamfara State, it is interesting to note that people of the state are largely in support of any initiative that will facilitate the restoration of lasting peace in the state. In Gusau, Jamilu Ibrahim reporting for Deadline 360.
In this next report, Wasiu Rauf interacted with some social media adherents in Osun State And it reports that the feeling isn't so different for most social media users.
45 years old Taiwo Moritala is a senior lecturer at Fountain University, Osogbo, and a regular user of the various social media platforms for teaching and other activities. Following the 6 hours shutdown of the internet, it affected a number of the social media interactions and connectivity which he has been using for more than 10 years now.
During this COVID-19 pandemic situation, I've been able to use it to disseminate information about my lectures to my students in various areas. In some, for example, we use Zoom, we use WhatsApp. We use WhatsApp for my lecture. So I use it for lecture. I use it to collect data, and I send data to them. And in those ways, we have been using it effectively, and it's had a very positive impact on the academic activities in the school.
The use of social media platforms goes beyond regular interaction and information gathering, as well as dissemination, but an indispensable companion, as users are not obsessed with various platforms. That the recent network breakdown experience was uninspiring and devastating.
It's been a very good experience. It all depends on why you are there and what you are there to use it for. For me, I love going online to see and know what's happening all over the world, to get the new and latest information on day-to-day basis. So that's why sometimes I go there to advert. You know, it's also good for business.
Like, what's it called? WhatsApp now is something that I'm even obsessed with. I cannot do without chatting on WhatsApp. Most people, I reach out to almost everybody on WhatsApp.
Is it possible to do without the social media?
As a lecturer, we can actually do without social media. As a lecturer, you can't be actually totally depending on one means of communication. So, but as a lecturer, because of its usefulness, you can't do without it.
Life is so difficult without social media. Life is so difficult.
So our technologists should now think of what to do so that such a thing will not occur in the future.
Nigeria are very intellectuals. They can develop any app to meet our targets.
It is very doable. I believe it is doable, but I believe there is a lot of hurdles that needs to be crossed before. It's not something that we can just up and build from ground up. There must be things that are already in place before we proceed to do it. It is 100% doable.
The recent temporary shutdown of the internet perhaps was a blessing for the country to rejig a drive for technological advancements. In Osogbo, Wasiu Rahuf.
A social and cultural connector for people around the world, the social media is redefining how people relate, do businesses, extending to politics. In this report, Yusuf Jika highlights social media addiction of people in Yola, the Adamawa state capital.
The use of social media has become part of people's lives worldwide. They are veritable tools of sending information or messages faster and easier. Apart from social interactions, they also help in promoting public and private businesses through which conferences are organized and allow participation from all locations. With internet connection through service providers, some people access various platforms to interact and promote their services.
I'm just imagining how we'll be able to live without some of these microblogs again. I think they have come and they've stolen our way of life. There's nothing we can do about it.
It makes businesses very easier because using some banking applications through your smartphones, you can make a huge transaction.
It makes everything to be in your hands. Like you don't have to go through the stress of going to a cafe like before. You know, most of us did cafe before then.
Recently, there was a shutdown on WhatsApp, Facebook, and Instagram from the service providers.
I tried to send messages. They were not going. I didn't know what was the problem.
It did affect me. In fact, I was like refreshing my phone, booting it, turning it on and off, putting it in flight mode, bringing it back. It really affected me.
What can be done to have our indigenous platforms to compete in the global arena.
Those people who own all these platforms are using it to tell their own stories and their own narratives. And the truth of the matter is that if we do have our own indigenous social media platforms that we have been able to develop, then we could tell our own stories, and also our narratives will be going out. And the issue of ownership and control will not be in contention.
Experts have always advised that social media users should hinge on its positivity and shun all tendencies that will improve negativity. In Yola, I am Yusuf Jika for Deadline 360.
Another story of social media dependence comes from Port Harcourt, where Emmanuel Lene examines life without social media and its implications.
According to statistics, almost a quarter of the world is now on social media, thanks to the internet, which has made it simple and easier.
While majority of the users connect with friends and family members across the globe through these platforms, many use them as sources of information and news gathering, as well as stables for knowledge and skills acquisition. They are also used to advertise and sell goods and services.
I'm an estate surveyor, and our marketing of properties and houses is through WhatsApp, Instagram, email.
We have come to that digital age where a whole lot of things, even businesses, happen, through the social media, and that has helped even during the pandemic, the coronavirus. Those who had become knowledgeable in it, I think they were a bit better off, even in terms of their businesses.
At this day and time, I don't think that we can actually survive. A lot of businesses' livelihood go on social media. People depend on social media to keep up with their family, to know what's going on, the parents. We've gotten so used to that lifestyle that I don't think we can do without social media.
While many see the use of social media platforms for many positive impact, others believe it has its negative implications.
Even though I also know that the social media is being used for a lot of vices, but we won't look at the vices, we'll look at the advantage it has over the vices, which for me counts for something.
On Monday, 3rd October 2021, 3 social media platforms were shut down, causing anxiety among the many Nigerians who use them daily.
Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp have come to be like part of our lives. That is how we relate with people, intra and inter. So all that was taken away for 3.5 hours, and that was not something that anybody wants to joke with.
It was frustrating. A lot of businesses lost sales for that day.
This shutdown raised concerns among social media influencers and experts on the need for an indigenous social media platform or platforms, as it is an indication of the huge influence the overdependence on foreign social media platforms can have on the country.
So there should be other platforms, aside these 3 major platforms, that will be competitive and, most importantly, that will create value to the end users.
Just 5 hours of the shutdown last week of Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp, it was almost like a pandemic.
It is uncommon for people to go a day without using or referring to social media, either for communication, learning, business, or decision-making. A huge indication that social media is here to stay and will continue to impact our society positively or negatively. For Deadline 360, I'm Emmanuel Lene.
We may never be able to have our lives as it used to be, but I bet we can control our level of dependence on these apps, especially those domiciled in one conglomerate. A backup plan should do as we await a Nigerian application. That is Deadline 360 for this week. Join us next week for another package. My name is Omotola Mojola. God bless Nigeria.
Denim is one of the dominant parts of urban lifestyle. Everyone wants a piece of it. However, creating a unique look gives you the fashion statement you sure deserve. There are lots of creative ways you could transform your denim from being that boring piece to an artistic appeal. Promise Abu is a creative designer. He's about to create an incredibly detailed art on a denim shirt. Let's see how this will be achieved.
I'm using all this ink for the design. It's called an acrylic ink. I'm about to do a faded brick design on this cloth. Why it's perfect to use biro is it makes the line projects better because the material it's a dark material. If it's a light material, you could use your pencil.
He continues to create the vertical and horizontal lines that will form the patterns of the brick design.
The function of this line is to guide me when I'm painting the bricks, because I will be using a lot of colors. It's to guide me. It's a guideline.
Now the painting commences, and this will take a longer time.
This is the use of the line. You paint each box.
A range of variety of colors is required in order to pop up the design and make it look very attractive.
You continue to spread colors in all the boxes. These are yellow acrylic yellow. We'll be using this to brighten the colors. Like I said earlier on, women love bright colors.
Highlighting some of the deep colors with white is to make it a bit brighter.
Right about now, we're about to do the tracing. After the tracing, we move to the fading side of it. Moving to the fading level. I will be fading all this brick right now. Okay, it's done this way. You use your brush. You use your brush to shade. It's like using your pencil to shade on the paper. You shade different edges. You shade different parts of it. You do it randomly.
In order not to leave the pockets without a little touch of creativity, creating a bit of design is necessary.
I like to dry for a while. Like I said earlier on, this is what the rag female jean look like. It's a brick design.
Isn't it quite fascinating how artists are known to create a world of their own by turning anything ordinary into extraordinary? This is one artistic piece that explores man's ingenuity and speaks volume of high fashion statement. Art is anything but not boring.
Hello again, here is an update of the news. I'm Dennis Adegunloye. The federal government has promised to do whatever it takes within the ambit of the law towards ensuring the full implementation of Executive Order Number 5, which is aimed at creating wealth, strengthening the nation's economy, reducing poverty and providing job opportunities. President Muhammadu Buhari, who made the promise while inaugurating the Presidential Monitoring and Evaluation Council in respect of the executive order, directed MDAs to henceforth give priority to indigenous professionals in the planning, designing and execution of national projects.
The federal government shall introduce margin of reference in national competitive bidding in contracts, in the evaluation of tenders from indigenous suppliers of goods manufactured locally over foreign goods.
The Nigerian military has confirmed it has neutralized 250 bandits and captured over 600 criminal elements in the recent onslaught against crime and criminality in Zamfara and other parts of Nigeria's northwest and north-central states. The Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Irabo, made this known at the resumed weekly ministerial briefing organized by the Presidential Communications Team. General Irabo, who described the shutdown of telecommunication services in the areas of military operations as a blessing, said thousands of kidnapped victims have also been rescued. The Chief of Defense Staff, who attributed the mass surrender of Boko Haram terrorists to the military operations in the northeast, also confirmed the death of Abu Musab, leader of the Islamic State of West African province, ISWAP. And the latest updates from the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, indicates that 226 new cases of COVID-19 have been recorded in Nigeria in the last 24 hours. The FCT recorded 73 new cases, followed by Plateau recording 34, Lagos records 25, Gombe 22, Abia 16, Osun 13, Kano 7, Rivers 7, Ekiti 6, Kaduna 6, Oyo 6, Delta 5, Edo 3, Jigawa 2, and Nasarawa 1. Nigeria now has 208,630 confirmed cases of COVID-19, out of which 196,326 have been treated and discharged. The death toll now stands at 2,767. Well, that's the news update for now. Do join us again at 1 for more news. Good morning.
Service of the NTA.
In the past 3 years, things have never been this quiet in Nigerian domestic basketball. Little is happening. At international level, however, the results of the women's national teams have been phenomenal. Both are under the same sports administration that has never been more riddled with internal crises, scandals, and accusations of corruption than now. Between the Federation and the Ministry of Sports, there is a conflict of responsibility and roles. In football, a new crisis brews. A second footballers union, different from the Professional Footballers Association of Nigeria, PFAN, has been formed by a breakaway group that may be enjoying the support of the leadership of the Nigerian Football Federation. I am Segun Odegbami, Speaker of the Sports Parliament. Welcoming all to today's edition of the Sports Parliament, coming to you live from the studios of Africa's largest television network, NTA. Sitting with me tonight are to my immediate right, the maverick himself, Onome Obrute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for having me. Good to be on the show today.
And from Abuja or Jos, we don't know where the man lives these days. He lives in both places. The veteran himself, Abdulrahman Ibn Mohammed.
It's my pleasure to be on set on the Sports Parliament today, Mr. Speaker.
And from Ibadan, we have Waid Ekun.
It's nice to be on the set today.
We are expecting Beauty and Brain to join us very soon. But we have a very, very special guest on the Parliament tonight. He'll be sitting with us, former international athlete, former DG of the National Sports Commission, and I think the Ministry of Sports also at a time, and one of the most experienced and foremost sports minds in Nigeria. For the first time, I believe, we have Al-Hassan Yakmut, Dr. Al-Hassan Yakmut on the show. Doctor.
Thank you so much for having me, Mr. Speaker. It's really the first time I'm appearing.
Fantastic. So you are making your debut on the show.
Yes, I am.
Well, I believe we'll be having one or two more guests joining us as we go along. But before we do all of that, let's go on this short break. When we come back, we shall hit the ground running.
It's the dawn of a new era on NTA's flagship program, the Sports Parliament. Revitalized with loads of varieties, including feedback responses from viewers. Sports Parliament, the weekly sports show that exposes all the intrigues in the Nigerian sports sector and projects an agenda on the way forward for Nigerian sports. On NTA every Thursday at 10:30 p.m., running for 1 whole hour, discussing sports. The parliamentarians are more committed than ever to enlighten the viewers as the Sports Parliament takes it to a whole new level on the floor of the House. Keep a date with the Sports Parliament as motions are moved every Thursday on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, with his gavel to harmonize sports resolutions. The House have it.
Welcome back. During the break, Professor Shion Omotayo joined us from Accra, Ghana. Prof, is it Accra, but somewhere in Ghana? Prof.
It's my pleasure to be on Parliament this evening.
Fantastic. Well, the most successful basketball team probably in Nigeria's entire history, the Tigress, just won 3 consecutive African, is it Afro Basketball?
Afro Basketball.
It's Afro Basketball Championship. And they have raised a storm now. And it's about their welfare and other conditions, allowances, bonus, and so on and so forth. These are mostly US-based girls. And they will not be silenced. You know, they are US-based. And they went on social media, and what they presented, a recording of several of them speaking to the world, has gone viral. Let's listen to them.
First, we want to say thank you to the Nigerian Embassy in Cameroon for celebrating us. We appreciate you more than you know. Other than that, we do not feel appreciated or celebrated after achieving this historical feat. In 2017, we won the AfroBasket Championship, and 3 days later, we were presented to the Father of Nations, Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, and his entire cabinet by the former ministry, Honorable Solomon Diallo, as customary with handshake. We have defended our championship and brought back the cup in 2019 and 2021, which is historical, but still, no invitation has been extended to the team to visit Aso Rock or a presidential handshake. Why?
President of the NBBF, Musa Kida, said that the Federation isn't owing any players, officials, or vendors. This is far from the truth. The last time we checked, our allowances, stipends, bonuses, training grants, and donations made by banks for players, officials, and volunteers still have not been paid.
We are owed $73,118 from the NBBF, $24,000 from the Ministry for the Tokyo Grant, and $100,000 from donations from 3 banks in Nigeria.
Ever since our general manager and team manager resigned, we feel like we've been marginalized. Our senior leadership, like the former president, never really shows up for camps or competitions to boost our morale. And when we have significant concerns and issues that needs to be addressed, when he does show up, we get vague answers, as if our concerns aren't important to him. But when we win, they magically show up for photo ops and celebrations to use for political gain. Musakita was not in Cameroon, but somehow he showed up to Abuja to take pictures and to hoist the trophy, again, for political gain.
The Tokyo 2020 Olympics was full of a bunch of distractions for all of us. We didn't know the final roster until the day before the flight. So our first team practice was in Tokyo days before the first game.
There's a lot of things that could have been handled differently to increase our chances of success, starting with our travel. There was a 36-hour flight, our team gear and uniforms, making sure they're up standard, 2 practices a day, not being able to access medical staff at certain points during the Olympics, as well as gift exchange between teams.
Why hasn't the team been to Nigeria since 2019? We're wondering the same thing. As the Tigers players, we want to go back to Nigeria. We don't understand why we have not been to the country for the last 2 years for camp or for any celebration. It's customary that the team is to go home for major competitions so that we can have morale. It's also important that we inspire the next generation to follow their dreams. Every player that has been a D-Tigress since 2017 has their own thoughts and feelings about the dissolved NBBF board and coaching staff over the course of the time. It is evident that our voices have not been heard, our requests for little things have been ignored, on top of not being celebrated or recognized as much as a 3 times back-to-back African Cup of Nations champion deserve.
Our demands: all money owed to players, officials, and vendors, adequate travel to competitions, and a team manager for all team functions. If these demands are not met, with all due respect to the presidency, the NBBF, and the ministry, all D-Tigers players will not be reporting to the FIBA World Cup tournament in 2022 in February. We are one united voice.
I stand.
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 Welcome back. These are very serious accusations, and nobody would just take them lightly. As we have seen, the reactions have been spontaneous everywhere on social media, reactions by Nigerians, by stakeholders, and indeed by the Ministry of Sports, which is in charge of sports in Nigeria and in charge of all the national teams of Nigeria. We had the permanent secretary, the new permanent secretary in the Ministry of Sports. We saw his press conference or press release or something, and let's just sit back and listen to him explain or give us the side of the sports ministry. Pamsek.
It is true that certain athletes were not paid outstanding allowances, but then concerted efforts are on ground to ensure that whatever is outstanding is settled. I want to use this opportunity to assure you that that money is safe because it is presently domiciled with the Central Bank of Nigeria. And contrary to the allegations out there, the money is intact and we have the records at our disposal. Whoever cares can come further for clarifications. That is, if there is need for that. Presently, the process to ensure that each and every athlete gets his entitlement is on. The female athletes so far have submitted their verified bank accounts, and as soon as we get the support of the Ministry of Finance, each of them will be paid. Our major constraints here is that we are yet to receive any response from the male basketball players who are equally entitled. And once we get that, I can assure you that each and every player will have no reason to complain about his allowances.
So on the issue of the NDD crisis, what do you have to say, sir?
Well, you see, this crisis has been ongoing for quite some time, but then, as a government, we are trying to do our best to ensure that the crisis is resolved amicably. I understand we have two factions, and very soon we are inviting them to a dialogue to ensure that this matter is resolved, in order to ensure that we move the sport a step further, and to ensure that we succeed in whatever basketball event Nigeria is involved.
Welcome back. Well, just listening to the palm sec there, one would be convinced that no monies are missing, but I am confused. I'm really confused how players' allowances would be stuck in the central bank, why they have not been paid some allowances for years, why they were not paid for even the recent ones. You know, I just believe that, you know, once you finish your game, you have no business with, you know, how the process. You get your money as quickly as possible. That's how to live. But that is not the case. So there are so many questions to be asked. But tonight's show is not about answering those questions, I believe. What I think needs to be done, we are going to do tonight. What I think we're going to do tonight is some clarification. Because the girls, we are mentioning the federation president, the federation, the ministry, and I realize that there is a conflict. And that conflict arises from responsibilities and roles that are not shared. Who is owing the girls? Who is paying the girls? What competition did they go for? Is it a competition that is under the auspices of the federation? Is it one that is under the auspices of the ministry? What is it? Because it is clear that the federations have a primary responsibility, and that is to the clubs in Nigeria. That's their primary responsibility. To the clubs in Nigeria and to the international competitions that comes with clubs. The ministry is in charge of all sports, grassroots sports development, elite athletes, and all international competitions involving the country. I went through it for 2 decades. I was a manager of the Super Eagles for some time. I've worked with basketball, I've worked with athletics, and I know how these things have been working. But at a time, it was truncated. We have Al-Hassan Yakmut, who has been in the system for so long. And that's why, you know, so that from the horse's mouth, we can learn tonight, particularly about responsibilities. Who is responsible for what? Al-Hassan Yakmut actually was one of the architects of a document which is there in the ministry today called the Blueprint of Sports Development in Nigeria. So he should know the subject. Al-Hassan, over to you. Nigerians want to listen to you now. Explain to us, what is the role, what is the responsibility of the federation as distinct from the role and responsibility of the Ministry of Sports or the National Sports Commission in your own experiences? Al-Hassan, are you there?
Yes, I am, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. We are listening.
Thank you for inviting me. It's a very, very difficult to make my comments, and I am going to speak as if I am under oath, because it has to do with the welfare of athletes and then definition of function and responsibility. Whenever a competition has become a trans-border competition, and international event, it's strictly it's very clear that that team is representing the country, and it becomes automatically the function of the supervising ministry or agency, as it were. It used to be National Sports Commission, now is the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sports Development. So at what point has the issue of allowances been in arrears? I think whenever there is an international tournament, it is always a joint arrangement between the federation, which is the body representing the country as an affiliate of the international body, while the ministry has the sole responsibility and the budgetary provision for that competition, particularly when we don't have private sector involvement in the sponsorship. But in this particular case, I wonder how they got to the international arena without adequate provision for athletes' allowances, because the beginning of victory in international sports competition is the mere fact that adequate arrangement has been done for the entitlement of these athletes and technical officials in order to serve as a morale booster for high performance and podium performance indeed.
When we went to the Olympics, several Olympic games, who were those paying the athletes? Was it the federation or the ministry? And aside from the Olympics, you go to the All-Africa Games, you go to the Commonwealth Games, you go to even which other competition, those competitions, who pays? Who is responsible for the athletes?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it's the ministry that pays. I was the chef de mission for 2012 Olympics. I was chef de mission 2011 All Africa Games in Mozambique. I was also chef de mission 2015 in Congo. All the payments were done by the ministry or the National Sports Commission, and currently it should have been done by the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sports Development.
So what is the problem when we now hear these stories that federations are owing athletes for the Olympic Games, for example? How does that come about?
This is a novel development.
Well, I will posit, something to say that in my knowledge of Nigerian sports, at a time in our development, some people inherited or came into Nigerian sports who did not have a grounding in the vision and the policies of sports in this country. And they were in charge of sports. And what happened was that they started to dilute the sports policy. And now it is almost unrecognizable. So many people in sports now don't even know what roles and responsibilities belong to them. For example, and that's where I will bring in Onome, we had the president of the Nigeria Football Federation on our show. And we asked him what his priority is as president of the Nigeria Football Federation. I don't know if you recall his response, that his primary mandate is the Super Eagles. That's his sole attention, at the expense, of course, which is what our commentaries were, of the domestic league. I have read the article setting up the Nigeria Football Association. It is for clubs. You won't find any international, national event, cross-border, how did Yakmut call it? The international events are international club events. At a time, because of this blood relationship between ministry and the NFA, and the funds that started to come into football, rewards started to come in. So, of necessity, the NFA had to take responsibilities because rewards were coming in, monies were coming into them, and monies that were provided by the federal government previously. So the conflict started. Right now, some people in the NFF erroneously believe that their function is to take care of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. That is the property of the federal government of Nigeria. It is directly under the National Sports Commission or the Ministry of Sports. If the NFF has anything to do with them, it is because the ministry has surrendered the ownership. Yakmut, what I've just said now, does it make sense? Is that the position from your experience?
Exactly.
Yakmut doesn't want to say too much, but
there's nothing to say. It's the fact.
We just captured it well. That's what it was before, but let's allow others to make their contribution.
You see, with your experience, with your knowledge and experience, I wanted to lay a foundation. I don't know if we have Elias Gora, around yet.
Mr. Speaker, it was really, really surprising to hear that the funds are actually domiciled in Central Bank of Nigeria, when the tournaments already have taken place and the funds were supposed to be paid at the venue of the tournament. Maybe because some of these funds came in through contributions from the private sector. What should have been done, there should have been adequate communication between the ministry, the federation, and the athletes. The first line of failure in competitions is when there is no trust between the federation and the athletes. That means the challenge is no longer the contest on the pitch or on the court. So which means psychological balance, there will be issues with the athletes. So, and most times these athletes have no confidence when you reassure them what the status of their allowances. So I think there is much to be done, especially to correct the issues. We have lost so many experienced hands in the system, and history of the way of doing things professionally is beginning to give way. So it's important that most of the administrators are brought back to the right path of the best practices that we used to have.
Fantastic. Let us go to Abuja, where Abdurrahman Ibu Mohammed is waiting. He is very, very experienced also. He's been in the system for so long, but as a journalist. So, Abdurrahman, your thoughts?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think my brother Al-Hassan has, explained this along with the addendum that you have given. The responsibilities are clearly spelled out, and there is a lot has been left to be desired by the fact that the competition has finished long ago, especially the Olympics, for instance. And one would have thought that this particular minister, we've read and we have seen some of us who were privileged to go to the Olympics, how payments were made to certain athletes right there in Tokyo. Yes, these payments were made by officials of the ministry, and that is kudos to them. In fact, that helped to erase this question of suspicion by athletes on officials. But this issue of the basketballers is very, very clear. If others were paid, why were those basketballers not paid? I need to add that the minister himself has recorded a clip that I saw this evening before coming on air, explaining further in addition to what the permanent secretary has stated. I think the gist is perhaps they have not been able to get as much force as they would have wanted, which is all right since they are waiting for government to give them the funds. But very, very strikingly, the donations by banks that came even prior to the Olympics is said to be in the central bank, the warehouse in the central bank. Al-Hassan would bear witness, yourself, Mr. Speaker, and Honorable would bear witness. We have discussed on the Sports Parliament the question of sporting federations being able to raise funds from the private sector. And one of the points that was raised was that the private sector sometimes doesn't feel confident giving its money to sports officials because it is not sure how those monies will be spent.
Yeah.
And when efforts are made, the banks came out in the euphoria of trying to prime our athletes, especially the basketballers, to go and do well at the Olympics. This bonus was given publicly by the banks, and now this bonus have not been disbursed. My fear is that this particular incident is going to rub off rather negatively on subsequent efforts to get help from the private sector to our various sporting federations. Something needs to be done, and urgently too, by the ministry, so that this thing, the minds of people can be disabused. I think that's the most important point that I want to make.
Okay, let me bring in Onome, who has been sitting and listening. Because me, I don't understand if the ministry collected money, sought for money from the private sector, from banks, and the monies were given to the ministry, which is the supervisory body. And the ministry now says they paid into an MBBF account. I don't understand that. When ordinarily they should be the paying officer. Onome.
Okay.
And any other thing you need to say anyway.
Okay. Let me go and start from where you started and get to where Oga Yakmut spoke and where Oga Ibn Mohammed took it from. First and foremost, I will commend the sports ministry, Honorable Minister Sunday Dare and his team, for agreeing that the funds that are meant for athletes must go directly to athletes, and they would not allow, in quote, any sports federation to handle the money directly because they want the funds to get to the athletes. That's a given. The shocking bit in all of this is the misconception and misinformation that even the players have, where they are accusing federations instead of the ministry of not paying them their entitlements. Now, Oga Yakmut has been there. He has served in the sports ministry. He has worked with athletes. He is the right person to speak to over 60 million Nigerians to educate us on what this brouhaha is all about. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is very, very absurd that I would play a tournament representing this country and you are telling me that the money is in CBN. What is my business with CBN? What should happen is immediately the tournament is over, they should come up with a schedule with the names and account details of these athletes where they will be credited. Now, the beauty of this whole issue is the fact that these athletes crying out were not born and raised here where you tell them keep quiet. If you talk, one thing, two things will happen to you. They grew up in a society where the actual definition of freedom of speech is enshrined, and they use it to the fullest. So until the sports ministry gets their arts together and ensures that these girls are paid, they will continue from where they stopped. So for me, I think this whole issue is just a simple word that is causing it: miscommunication. They should be communicated properly, appropriately, and they should be told when their monies are coming in. I am still shocked that we are saying that their monies will be paid. No, Oga. At 10 a.m. tomorrow, a new communique should come out that these girls who represented these countries have been paid their monies. I don't want to even go into the funny talk of them saying that they've asked for account numbers, they've not gotten account numbers of the men, the women, and all those things for me are very relevant. What is the meat of this matter is the fact that these girls have represented Nigeria, and any tournament they go for, they are being catered for by the Ministry of Youth and Sports. The federation...
They should be.
Yes, they should be. But like you have rightly pointed out, and Oga Yakmut has actually birthed, the misconception is the fact that the federations are meant to be involved in the sports locally to develop the sports.
Yes.
Once it is an international tournament, they now become the responsibility of the ministry.
Yes.
Now, let me come to football, Mr. Speaker. The Super Eagles, for example, Mr. President of the NFF has said that the Super Eagles is his baby. It is a franchise. He wants to take far. He wants to do this. He wants to do that. Mr. Speaker, do you know that as we speak, the last 3 matches that the Super Eagles have played, the sports ministry has not funded any of those games? So, what am I driving at, sir?
Because there's a misconception.
That is where I'm coming to, sir.
Understands
that is where I'm
role.
coming to. When people start talking about the fact that, oh, this federation is stealing money, that federation is stealing money, if they know how monies come and where these monies are kept and how these monies are disbursed. That route shouldn't come up at all. So the truth of the matter is, Nigerians now need to understand that when it comes to the Super Eagles of Nigeria, the Falcons, the Tigress, the Tigers, where they are going to play their games, they are meant to be under the umbrella of the Ministry of Youth and Sports, and not under the umbrella of either a Musa Kida or Amaju Pinnick. They must understand that, for starters. Once we have that understanding, the various talk of you eating money, stealing money, and not doing what you're meant to do will not crop up. So I think today's show is going to really educate people to understand, apart from those people that would refuse to adhere and want to learn and continue from where they thought they knew the rules, that this issue on ground is not meant to be if only the Ministry of Youth and Sports had a proper channel whereby they know that this is their responsibility, and these girls that just won in Cameroon are meant to be paid by them.
Fantastic. We'll be going on a short break. But you see, there was a time everybody was saying government should hands off sports. Government should hands off sports.
Impossible.
We are copying, we are applying an American medicine for a Nigerian sickness.
You're leaving leprosy to treat malaria.
You see, in a third world economy,
it will not work.
Third world
the minister birthed a good idea, elite athlete program.
Absolutely.
Whereby banks now said, you know what, these girls are doing well, let us support them. Naturally, that money has come to the ministry. It is for these athletes that you are sure that we put the country's name up there. What do? You feed them, you pamper them, you take care of them to ensure that the sweat that they give out, they are being rewarded for it. That is what must happen.
Well, we'll be going to Ibadan when we come back from our break, where Waheed will be telling us his own experiences at a time when the National Sports Commission or the Ministry of Sports, which is in charge of sports, grassroots sports development all over the country, is in charge of elite athletes development all over the country, hired the coaches for all the national teams. They hired, they paid for them, and they organized the programs for them, because the federations were not supposed directly to be in charge until they handed them over to the federations for competitions. The federations were not paying coaches' salaries. They were not paying for camping of players.
So we have got it all wrong.
We got it all wrong. All in the vein of government should hands off the... Will government hands off the health sector? Will they hands off the education? It's a statutory responsibility to design a sports development program from grassroots, through the schools, through local government, through the state, and so on and so forth. Anyway, let's go on a short break. When we come back, we go to Ibadan to meet Waheed.
NTA Sports 24, where sports thrive.
Welcome back. If you are just joining us, this is the Sports Parliament coming to you live from NTA, Africa's largest television network, with our over 60 million viewers. Waheed Ekun, Ibadan, what are your thoughts?
I think first and foremost, we have to understand something about sports administration in this country. That until we have the National Sports Commission to take care of sports administration, we are not yet anywhere. Yes. It's the National Sports Commission that has to take care of sports, that has to take responsibilities of all these federations. All what we are having now is just feudal practice. We are not having any perfect situation on hand. we all know in the times past, in the times of Akiri, in the times of National Sports Commission, they are the one doing everything. You know, when it comes to elite performance, elite teams, whatever, National Sports Commission is the one taking care. These federations, they have limited jobs. They have to develop the sports at the grassroots. But when it comes to international competitions, the National Sports Commission takes charge. But everything has been modeled up. First and foremost, there's a communication gap in this arrangement. The athletes have the associations to take care of them, and they believe everything has to be taken care of by the federation. They don't know the ministry is involved. But we have to give kudos to the present minister who did a wonderful job at the Olympics, Tokyo Olympics, that they settled everybody as it were. But when it comes to all these competitions, all these players protesting, is because the players are confident that nothing is going to happen to them. Most of the things they are complaining of is happening in almost all sports. Table tennis, volleyball, badminton. But because people cannot complain, they are Nigerian-based athletes, they can't complain. But I thank God for the basketballers. They know there's nothing is going to happen to them, and they are talking out. For the past 3 years, they are taking part in competitions. They have won race for Nigeria, and they have not gotten their money. Where is the money? And they are now telling us the money is the back. Where bank is it? When they are going for competition, they ought to have made provision for everything, and they have to have taken care of them as at when due. But this is not the case. Is that unfortunate? Is that unfortunate? Very, very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker.
Well, let's go to Ghana and listen to Professor Shion Omotayo. Just give us his own perspective. Prof, you have 2 minutes. Well, Prof is not there. So, you have muted your audio. You have muted your audio. Unmute, please.
Okay. I'm here.
Yes, go ahead now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. You see, I like to know, what I'm saying is that the allowances for the minister or the allowances for the permanent secretary or other ministry officials that attended that same competition, those allowances are not intact in the CBN. I'm sure they have been paid. And then to go further, so it shows that it is not a matter of only misconception, as Odomo said, neither is it misinformation, but it is also the height of sociopathy on the part of whoever in the ministry has visited this kind of heavy demarketing of sports on Nigerian sports, because what has happened will rub on negatively, like our friend from NTA said, on other corporate organizations that want to assist sports. This now goes to show us very clearly that sports cannot be run under the ministry culture. Sports can only be run under a national constitution. The red tapeism does not assist sports administration anywhere, because what they have done is nothing but a demarketing of sports, and it is because that is what the ministry is. It is a slow process, and unless we now have a process that will ensure that the sweat of the athletes do not dry off before they get their compensation. I think the earlier Nigeria does that, I think the better. So it's the height of sociopathy, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, well, Alhassan Yakmout, the way it is trending now, it's as if we are heaping the blame on the sports ministry. Far from it. It's a misconception, it's a misunderstanding, it's a blurring of responsibilities, and people just don't know what to do, who is to do this and who is to do that. And so that has to be done. Back to the blueprint. Alhassan, your final thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The marketing perspective of the observation of Professor Tayo, it's actually critical. You know, it was the confidence of the performance of the Tigers and also the Tigers when they beat US that attracted sponsorship. And if this development is not arrested quickly, it will not allow other sponsors to come into. And sports is strictly a business of sponsorship, and there must be return on investment, either by mileage or financial or return on investment in terms of resources. So what I would suggest right now is that the ministry, I know the permanent secretary is brand new. I saw the sincerity in him. He's just 2 weeks old. The quickest thing to do is to do what Onome said. It should be before midday tomorrow. There should be a better information that these funds are paid, and then there should also be an improved communication line between the federation and the players. This kind of misunderstanding is not supposed to come to the open. And I want to also commend the athletes, the players, for their matured way and very contemporary way of making their voices known. I stand by them too.
Fantastic. Well, Onome,
okay.
Elections will soon happen. We were going to discuss our players' union, new players' union, but we will leave that until next week.
Thank God.
We'll leave that until next week. So, elections into the Nigerian Basketball Federation will soon happen.
Yes, in Benin, in Edo State, on the 30th.
And crisis is brewing. So, your thoughts on that?
Okay, before I go there, please, I just want to add to what Oga Yak
Yes,
said.
go on.
I am very sure that the monies for coaches and officials is not a CBN. They've been paid, right? The minister asked...
Say that again. It has not been...
It has been paid.
Oh, they've paid already?
Oh, of course. The money that the bank gave that is in CBN, the bank specifically mentioned that the money is for athletes. Is a coach an athlete?
Oh, okay.
So they've collected their own. So
the coaches have collected?
Yes, sir.
Do you know that?
Yes, they have.
Okay.
So, now, what I am raising here, why I said I wanted to add to his last comment was this. When the minister held a press conference and invited prospective sponsors to attend to support the elite athlete program before COVID happened, Mr. Speaker, if you can recollect, several companies chose athletes and sports that they will want to sponsor. No federation president can pull such stunts. Sponsors prefer to go with the minister because they know that the minister has come up with a good plan that when you bring in your money, it goes to where you want it to go to, the athletes. So they are very comfortable. No federation president can pull the amount of weight that the minister pulled with that stunt, or that program rather, that program that he brought up. So for me, I think that that is the right path to toe. If you now come and say, football president, come with me, volleyball president, come with me, basketball president, come with me, Oga Aliko Dangote, Oga Femi Otedola, Oga Jim Ovia, Oga this, Oga that. These people have people that will put us in the right pedestal for the world to see. Kindly support. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that out of 10, 8 will come forth to support. So that is one on one side, because we've seen it happen. It happened before the Olympics, before COVID. We saw it. Now, to the election itself. Mr. Speaker, you see, my biggest problem is, that's why I tell people, Onome Obrute, I can never participate in politics. It is the height of evil. My friend contested against me in an election in Galacticos, and he told me, he said he was shocked that his campaign manager, when they were voting, wrote my name. His campaign manager wrote my name, and that day was when he knew that politics is a dirty game. So now, politics is happening. Now we are hearing that people are paying people 500 naira, 1,000 naira to go and disrupt events in Abuja. So 27 states out of the 36 that came for the meeting that the federation called said that, you know what, the two major players, none is from that part of the country. And constitutionally, because FIBA says they recognize one constitution, and that's the constitution they will go by, which the ministry has said, this is what FIBA has said. It is in black and white. I have a copy of that later. Let us go with it. Now, that election is going to take place in Benin City on the 30th of October, where, for me, is a level playing field for every contestant. Now, what I am happy about is this minister that we have.
You have 30 seconds to go.
Okay, this minister that we have, Sunday Dare, he's cerebral. He is not on any side. He has called both parties. he's having a meeting with them on the 20th. And I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that come 30th, we'll have once and for all a president that will not have any brouhaha, because the election is going to be free, fair, open. And I trust the Oba of Benin. Who do I need to go see anyhow?
Abdulrahman Ibu Mohammed, you have 1 minute. 1 minute to round off your thoughts.
Well, I go by my brother Onome's last words there. The elections are going to be taking place in Benin, and it's kudos to the sports minister, Sunday Gare. He has had a first meeting with the two sides. A second meeting has been billed for the 20th, as Onome has stated. One hopes that this will, put to rest all the controversies that have derailed the development of the domestic basketball scene in Nigeria. We need to see the domestic basketball league back in action so that the players can develop, those with potentials can go out. And lastly, I also want to call on the minister not to allow these sad developments concerning the money for the lady basketballers and probably the males too. It is a mistake that I think the ministry and all others concerned should build upon, because the minister is on a right track trying to get the private sector in, and like Onome stated again, it is only he that can pull that. The momentum is there. Let's not allow this incident to derail us, and they should just make sure that they do the needful so that we can put that behind us.
Okay, why you have 30 seconds to go.
Yes, I want to commend the minister for the position he has taken on the direction of the basketball. That is supposed to be the team. It's supposed to be an unbiased umpire in the process. So I wish him good luck about that.
Well, Professor Omotayo, I will say something before you come in now, that I am surprised that we keep saying, government should hands off, government should not be part of this, government should not be part of that, whereas government is the biggest stakeholder in Nigerian sports. In all sports, government is the biggest stakeholder. And whether we like it or not, they have to have a say in the constitution of the federations. If they are stakeholders, they own clubs, they provide facilities, they provide secretaries, they provide logistics, they do all of that for the federations. So how can they not have a say in the constitution of the federations and have a say in the elections? So round up for us and let us, if you want to answer that question.
Yes.
So yeah, and then just, move a motion for next week.
Mr. Speaker, I think to answer that question, it will take me another 5 minutes. So I might as well just move the motion for next week. The issues I would like to say to conclude this basketball brouhaha.
You have 30 seconds.
Yes. Is this. Life and death is not in control of any man's hands. There is nothing to fight over. You are actually coming to serve basketball. You are not coming to be a dictator or to be a ruler. So if it's service you're actually coming for, there should be no iota of bad blood or fight if you want to really serve. So please let us put an end to this. With that, Mr. Speaker, I want to move the motion that next week we will break down this issue of Players Union as well as the last youth games held in Ilori to see what has become of our youth outlets that we've been grooming in the past few years since this minister came in, and ensure that this youth games does not die and it continues. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
If you remove the largesse of international competitions
from the federation, nobody will struggle to be president.
Nobody will struggle to be president. That is the attraction. Nobody will struggle to be president.
Alhamdulillah.
Thank you very much for coming on tonight's show. All those in favor of this great motion for Players Union next week, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
The ayes have it.
When there's a child out there that's not getting the same that your own child is getting, the difference will tell, and there will come a time in the society where that child is going to take his pound of flesh.
Where you can actually, everything from watching a program with the child, you can start up the conversation from something on the TV and say, oh, you know.
For me, it's like, hurry up with this business. And the other one said, Auntie, it's not about me, it's about the guys. They're not ready to marry.
Yes. If she wants to ask something, no, I know my mother very well. In fact, the most interesting one is when I put up pictures on WhatsApp, you know, Snapchat filters and all that, she will call me, remove that picture. There was a day I got tired of all that and I said,
Fellow compatriots, if no single tribe or religion has defeated poverty, then no single tribe or religion can.
This vaccine is safe and it has been certified safe and usable by NAFTA.
President Buhari inaugurates Council on Executive Order Number 5 and directs MDAs to give priority to Nigerian professionals. Federal government meets with ASU to review 2020 Memorandum of Understanding. Plus, Update on Kaba Omoe Ikiti Federal Highway. All this and more on Panorama this Friday. I'm Naja'atu Tijani. The federal government has promised to do whatever it takes within the ambit of the law towards ensuring the full implementation of Executive Order Number 5, aimed at creating wealth, strengthening the nation's economy, reducing poverty, and providing job opportunities. President Muhammadu Buhari made the promise while inaugurating the Presidential Monitoring and Evaluation Council in respect of the executive order. He also charged MDAs to henceforth give priority to indigenous professionals in the planning, design, and execution of national projects. State House correspondent Adamu Sambu reports.
The Executive Order 5 was signed by President Muhammadu Buhari in 2015 as an instrument to midwife a new beginning towards expanding Nigeria's indigenous capacity, as well as transforming the nation's economy from resource-based to knowledge-based and innovation-driven.
The Presidential Executive Order Number 5, in essence, is placing our manufacturers, our entrepreneurs, our professionals at the very center of economic activity.
President Muhammadu Buhari, who is to chair the Monitoring and Evaluation Council, directed that henceforth consideration shall only be given to foreigners in the execution of national projects when appropriate authority certifies that such expertise is not available in Nigeria.
The federal government shall introduce margin of reference in national competitive bidding in contracts, in the evaluation of tenders from indigenous suppliers of goods manufactured locally over foreign goods. All MDAs shall ensure that for all consultancy contracts awarded to foreign companies, engineering drawings, necessary calculations, design, etc., are made available to their corresponding Nigerian partners towards local production of needed materials. Designs for all contracts, programs, projects, etc. shall be in English language before signing such contracts.
Ministries, departments, and agencies have also been ordered to ensure that all professionals practicing in Nigeria are duly registered with appropriate regulatory bodies, while suppliers and contractors under national competitive bidding process shall disclose available local materials needed for the execution of the projects.
The Ministry of Interior shall ensure that the expatriate quota for projects, contracts, and programs are granted according to the provisions of the Immigration Act and other relevant laws. This will apply where qualifications and competence of Nigerian nationals are not available or cannot be ascertained, which shall be contingent on training such a number of persons as may be required for the execution of the contract or project.
The Federal Ministries of Science, Technology and Innovation, as well as that of Justice, are under instruction to facilitate the early passage of the bill for the Executive Order 5 at the National Assembly.
I must say this is perhaps the best thing that has happened to the manufacturing sector of Nigeria ever. I believe that we are now set to create the kind of economy that Nigeria deserves and has always had the capacity to achieve. And we have everything. We have the market. We have the resources. We have, indeed, the talent to be able to do it. I'm so delighted that President Muhammadu Buhari has now exerted the political will to back up the growth of our industries.
The Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, where the Secretariat of the Council is domiciled, will be supported by the Strategy Implementation Task Office to facilitate the administration, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of provisions of the Executive Order Number 5. From the State House, Adamu Sambo, NTA News.
Meanwhile, President Muhammadu Buhari has played host to the head of the United Nations Development Programme Africa Bureau, UNDP, Ahunna Ezeakanwa, expressing Nigeria's formal appreciation to the UNDP for its support in diverse ways, especially in stabilizing the Northeast. State House correspondent Adamu Sambo reports.
Visiting the State House after an assessment tour of the Northeast, the head of the UNDP Regional Bureau for Africa, Nigerian-born Ahunna Ezeakanwa, described as delightful the incredible progress being made in helping people restore their livelihoods. She noted with satisfaction that teachers and students are now back in schools, police stations being rebuilt, and healthcare centers being reconstructed.
It was incredible, Mr. President, to see the hope restored in these communities and the teeming number of people who have returned, and it really gave us courage and hope that we could continue to invest in such a way that we empty out the IDP camps.
The UNDP Regional Bureau Head for Africa thanked Nigeria for the opportunity given the UN agency to play a role as well as the space to address COVID-19 through the Basket Fund as well as tap into Nigerian youth dynamism.
I want to say that we really congratulate you for launching the Jubilee program, Mr. President, because we see it as an example for the rest of the world, how we can engage our youth and give them a chance to prosper through a program like this. My ministry looks forward to building on more stronger partnerships with UNDP and all other UN agencies in alleviating poverty as we work towards achieving Mr. President's vision of uplifting 100 million Nigerians out of poverty by the year 2030.
President Muhammadu Buhari said the federal government will continue doing its best to rehabilitate IDPs and return them to their ancestral homes, saying, however, that with meager resources, assistance from bodies like the UNDP comes handy.
And I assure you that we appreciate your contribution in so many ways, and we are doing our best to stabilize the situation in North West and North Central, and we have to make sure that we keep on reminding our people to continue to build the country.
He said as a developing nation, Nigeria can't hop, step and jump, but must pass through the process of development. President Buhari noted that Ezeakunwa, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala of the World Trade Organization, and Amina Mohammed of the United Nations are some of the women doing Nigeria proud internationally. From the State House, Adamu Sambo, NTA News.
And still on rendering assistance, the federal government is urging insurance companies in Nigeria to improve efficiency and honor claims in good time. President Muhammadu Buhari made the plea while granting audience to members of the Governing Council of the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria, who paid him a courtesy visit. State House correspondent Adamu Sambo again reports.
The visit by the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria to the State House was to formally confer on President Muhammadu Buhari its highest award, the Grand Patron of the Institute, in appreciation of his sustained interest in the insurance sector. President Buhari commended the leadership of the Institute for bringing some sanity into the Nigerian insurance industry, as well as giving more visibility to the importance of the industry in national development.
As you continue in your work of contributing to national development, I want to urge you to further increase the number of Nigerians and businesses that would benefit from and be benefited by the insurance industry. As you are well aware, you need to dispel misconceptions about the insurance industry presently held by a good number of Nigerians, especially as it relates to claims and need for insurance.
While appreciating the ₦500 billion support by the insurance industry in the fight against COVID-19, the president promised to sustain collaborative efforts at ensuring that the country maximizes its contribution to socio-economic growth.
It is my commitment to leave a sustainable growth and development legacy by the end of this administration. I therefore want to count on your continuous support to join our hands and hearts together to create the Nigeria we want.
The president of the institute, Muftau Oyegunle, lauded the Buhari administration's sustained efforts at eliminating poverty in the country through laudable initiatives such as the National Social Investment Programs. The programs and many others, he said, have impacted Nigerians, assuring that the inclusion of insurance in the policy formulation of the great initiatives will guarantee sustainability.
We also want to assure you that the Institute and indeed the Nigerian insurance industry will continue to support your administration.
The Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria was led to the State House by the Secretary to the Governor of the Federation, Boss Mustafa. From the State House, Adamu Sambo, NTA News.
We'll take a break now. Panorama continues after the timeout. Stay tuned.
The vaccine offers hope for a safe country free of coronavirus. I urge all state governments, traditional and religious leaders to take the lead in the mobilization effort within their environment and spheres of influence. I similarly urge all eligible Nigerians to present themselves and be vaccinated in accordance with the order of priority already mapped out at the various authorized designated centers only.
The Sultan of Sokoto, Muhammad Saad Abubakar, has expressed dismay over the attitude of some Nigerians using social media to tarnish the image of prominent personalities. This was during a courtesy call by the President, Christian Association of Nigeria, Reverend Samson Ayokunle. Shehu Muhammad Dati reports.
Sultan Muhammad Saad Abubakar described as unfair how some Nigerians use social media to tarnish the image and good names of personalities. He advised Nigerians who engage in such act to desist and be their brother's keeper. He described coming together and the unity of Nigerians as paramount to national development. The monarch informed his guests that the Caliphate had written more than 300 books on Islamic jurisprudence and other works of jihad leaders, among which 100 were translated in Hausa and English by the Sultan himself.
It is very important for us to continue to reach out to one another, to continue to respect one another, and to rise up together to understand one another.
The President, Christian Association of Nigeria, Reverend Samson Ayokunle, appreciated the warm reception accorded him and his entourage. He extolled the leadership style of the Sultan, which he said is worthy of emulation. He described Sokoto as home for all, irrespective of ethnic or religious backgrounds.
We have been seeing some improvements, but we can do better. So we will not allow them to rest until they have secured every citizen of this nation by the grace of God.
Meanwhile, the current president, Reverend Samson Ayokunle, had earlier met with different Christian denominations in Sokoto State. Unity of Nigeria by all faith, insecurity, among others, topped the main issues discussed at a meeting. The current president, Reverend Samson, said the country would move forward if Nigerians remain united. In Sokoto, Shehu Muhammad Dati, NTA News.
The Minister of Labour and Employment, Dr. Chris Ngigi, says disbursement of the 30 billion naira revitalization fund for public universities is expected to commence by the end of October 2021. Dr. Ngigi made this known after a meeting between representatives of the government and ASU. Joseph Otsen reports.
Assessing level of implementation of the 2020 Memorandum of Understanding signed by both parties is what on the table. But the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, is not sounding happy, as agreement reached in previous engagements are yet to manifest.
Many of our colleagues have still not been paid since February 2020. And the reason IPs is given, I hope they are here, the reason they are giving is that they don't have IPs number.
Minister of Labour and Employment, Dr. Chris Ngigi, appeals for calm and solicits for a closed-door dialogue. At the end of the day's discussion, the minister says modalities are in place to commence disbursement of revitalization fund to public universities and the over 22 billion naira earned academic allowances.
38 universities and an agric center benefited from that. Some other universities will not get because they didn't pass the test. They were now asked to go back and get certain things. So they're coming back. I think there are about 11 universities.
Other issues discussed include inconsistency in IPPIS, University Transparency Accountability Solution, and the 2009 renegotiation agreement, which parties agreed to continue seeking amicable solutions. In Abuja, Joseph Utsen, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the federal government says the recent directive for employees to show proof of COVID-19 vaccination to gain access to their offices is to safeguard work environment and not make vaccination compulsory for public servants. The Executive Director, National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, Dr. Faisal Shuaib, made the clarification, saying there are sufficient vaccines to take care of the present demand. Olusheye Adiago reports.
The position presented by the chairman of the Presidential Steering Committee is one that gives choices to all Nigerians, that you either show proof of vaccination, having been vaccinated, or if you do not want to get vaccinated, then you have to show proof that you are COVID-19 negative. And the way to show that proof is by presenting a negative PCR test taken 72 hours prior. So this is not making the vaccine compulsory or mandatory, as some media houses have reported.
Dr. Faisal Shuaib, Executive Director, National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, explains the supply chain in place to take prompt delivery of vaccines into Nigeria and warns against the trend of people producing and selling fake COVID-19 vaccination cards.
We are working with relevant security agencies to make examples of these individuals who may wish to buy or sell cards by ensuring that we name them and we shame them.
For anyone who does feel that they have any reservations, these are vaccines that have been produced through lots of scientific studies, and we can assure you that for us sitting here, we've had the opportunity to take the jab, and we can confidently attest to the fact of the safety of the vaccines.
Partners in the national response to the pandemic encourage all eligible Nigerians to avail themselves of vaccination now that the country is enjoying support in vaccine supply, management and operations. In Abuja, Olusheye Adiagbo, NTA News.
Travelers plying the Kaba-Umoe-Ekiti Federal Highway can now heave a sigh of relief as rehabilitation has begun on the Iyamoye axis through the efforts of the House of Representatives member representing Yaba Federal Constituency, Leke Abejide. Jonathan Omajali reports.
Kaba-Umoe-Ekiti Federal Highway has been in the news, but for the wrong reasons.
People will sleep here. If you are current here, you will discover that a lot of people sleep here 4 or 5 days on this road. The road is too bad.
3 months after free flow of traffic along the Yamuye axis became a rare sight due to a failed section of the road, the cries of the people are beginning to yield fruit, with the House of Representatives member for Yagba Federal Constituency, Leke Abejide, stepping into the situation. The rehabilitation work, which will last for 6 days, will address the major areas of concern.
The drainage is more important. So we're going to do the drainage to channel the water down to the bridge.
From Iyamuye, I am Jonathan Omajali.
Food security is central to the agenda of the federal government, and women constitute an appreciable percentage in the agricultural value chain. The Ministry of Women Affairs is therefore rolling out activities to address challenges facing rural women in the agricultural sector. Ngozi Silva Technical reports.
I'm farming corn and beans. So people cannot move out to go to farm freely because of napping and other things that are going on.
I want Nigeria to help us.
These are hardworking women whose resilience in the home front and other areas of life are glaring, though they are sometimes looked down on as illiterates, victims of insurgency and various forms of gender-based violence, among other cultural norms against women. The United Nations General Assembly set aside 15th and 16th of October every year to globally bring to the front burner challenges bedeviling these voiceless members of the society.
Do you know that when you empower those rural women, by the time they have developed self-esteem, a woman who used to bribe with 1 mudu of rice to change her vote, if she's now selling bags of rice, can you buy her vote again?
Issues of insecurity and unavailability of land for agricultural purposes were highlighted as needing urgent action by the government. Different products by these women were also showcased. Ngozi Silva Technical, NTA News.
Now let's see what's happening in the world of sports.
Nigeria is the first African country to receive the Queen's Baton for the Birmingham 2022 Commonwealth Games. The baton, which arrives Nigeria through the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport Friday, was received by the President, Nigeria Olympic Committee, Abu Gumel, with the charge that plans will intensify for the Games.
The traditional thing for this Queen's Baton relay to go around to all the 72 Commonwealth countries. And I'm happy to say that Nigeria is the first country that is receiving this among the African countries. And we are happy that we are receiving it, and we want to assure the public, we are going to enlighten the public.
The baton, which is expected to visit all 72 nations and territories of the Commonwealth nation, will be in Nigeria for the next 2 days with series of activities lined up, including presentation to President Muhammadu Buhari. Cameroon is currently taking on Chad in the final match of the Organization of Military Sports Chief of Defense Staff Maiden Sahel Games in Abuja. Nigeria Armed Forces football team defeated Guinea-Conakry by a lone goal to win bronze in the third-place match decided earlier today. The closing ceremony of the games is scheduled for Saturday. Meanwhile, management of Rivers United FC have thrown the gates open for fans to watch the CAF Champions League match against Al Hilal Omdurman of Sudan on Sunday. This is coming on the backdrop of the state government's gesture to the team, as Governor Nyesom Wike redeemed his promise of $100,000 to the team following their win over Young Africans of Tanzania in the first leg preliminary round, and also promised another $100,000 for a win against the visiting Al Hilal on Sunday. With sports updates, Olalekan Kilajolu, NTA News.
Sports update concludes news.